Honorable members, the Honorable Mr. President,
Morning, May we observe a minute of prayer or meditation. Take seats. This thing is backed up. May I start by apologizing to honorable members for our delay in commencing business. Most of you, or some of you, will confirm that we as Bureau, we came into the chamber much earlier. By 9:15, there were about 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 MPs in the chamber, 8, 9:15. And I think that number went to about 9:20. Then it started improving. But even by 9:30, there were less than 20. So that's an apology from your side. Then we went back to the office for a very urgent meeting because the chamber was not ready. And that urgent meeting is about the water situation on our premises. But in terms of, I think, punctuality, we may have to have a debate among ourselves as members of parliament as to why we can't start at 8 or so at 9. I think we need a debate on that one because you get MPs who instruct drivers to pick them at 9 when the session starts at 9. And that's very unfortunate. Please, we are honorable. Honorable means a person of high integrity and dignity. Let's start business at 9. The transport situation has improved, and we can be at PAP at the right time. Although I also heard that part of the delay this morning was because of the accreditation, which was a bit slow. So because of accreditation, some of you were late, fine. So we hope the situation will then improve. Coming to the water situation, it's really bad. It's embarrassing for us. The reason we are told the city municipal authorities are having problems delivering water to provide that service. The question is, but the other part of Galaga has water. The surrounding hotels have water. So why not at PAP? We are told some of these private premises have sunk boreholes or they have tanks in which they buy water when there's a crisis. We also proposed that let's do the same for PAP. Why don't we buy water from some mobile deliveries? Then we put water in the PAP tank, and then we address the problem. We are again advised that PAP premises have no reservoir. We don't have tank in these buildings. There's nowhere where there's a reservoir for water. So we can't buy water, put it in a reservoir for our use. We have to rely on the city water. If we buy water and it's delivered, it can only go into buckets. It can only go into buckets in the various sanitary facilities around. So that's one option. Get buckets whilst the problem is being resolved. You are aware that it is the responsibility of the South African government through their Department of International Relations and Cooperation, which is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to provide us with these premises and water. DECO are saying they are working on it flat out to see that the problem is addressed. But at the moment, nothing has been, okay, we don't see the water here. So the question is, do we continue sitting? Of course, we can't go back. This is just the second day of the sitting. We can't go back to our countries. That can be a solution. One solution we've asked DECO to do is to find us another place, a hotel suitable, or in the Galaga premises, if they've adequate space, such as this chamber, and also interpretation facilities available, that we have not received feedback yet as to whether we can relocate until the water situation is resolved here. So if we don't, the other option is for you to go back to hotels and connect virtually, and we proceed like that until the situation improves. Of course, there's no guarantee that when everybody goes to hotels, they will be on virtual meetings, although we can still record the attendance. But virtual meeting attendance, as you know, sometimes can be tricky. But that's another option. Today, we have the statement from the chairperson of the African Union, His Excellency Musa Faki. It's pre-recorded, so that one can be handled because it can be played at any time when it's convenient. We have a virtual presentation from the Deputy Chairperson of the Union, Dr. Monique Sanzabaganwa. Then we have NEPAD, Peace and Security, Political Affairs, Peace and Security, and Africa Risk Capacity Building. Those are the presentations for today. So whether we should proceed with those presentations, have water in the buckets for today, maybe tomorrow we do business from hotels, as we try to resolve the situation. It is not easy situation, but we can't abandon everything. And for that matter, I include the announcement that the Africa Risk Capacity Building, who are presenting today, have funded or sponsored a dinner for us all tonight at Gallagher. I believe it's 6 p.m.? 6:30 at Gallagher, all of us, there's dinner. If we ask them and say, can you postpone because we're in this situation, Gallagher already says, no. We started preparing and bought everything 5 days ago, so we cannot postpone the dinner. So that's the dinner. Just want to make another announcement. So our view as a bureau, we met as bureau and the head of the secretariat and agreed that we should proceed today having water in buckets, not the best arrangement. And as we monitor the situation, by end of day, we'll advise if anything had changed and if we had to proceed to another location or we do virtually from hotels or we come back and be in our committees and using buckets. I think that is something to be decided upon by end of day. So for now, with your concurrence, we can move to the presentations from the chairperson, deputy chairperson, and there's one also from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Then NEPAD, yes. Thank you. Another announcement, those honorable members who applied passports, AU passports, in September, the passport team from the AU is here with your passports. Maybe you've already collected, but those who don't know, please go and collect your passports. The new members will also visit the AU passport office, which is here, to apply also for their passports. Honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of Rules of Procedure, it is with great pleasure that I ask the clerk to connect virtually His Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Honorable 14.
Honorable Fortune Charumbila, President of Pan-African Parliament, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, dear representatives of the African people. Today, it is with immense respect that I address you to pay homage to the dimension of your status in the architecture of our organization and to share my ideas on the state of the African Union in this moment. I also have to leave after 2 terms at the head of the African Union. As representatives of different nations and cultures of Africa, this august assembly incarnates the dreams of our founding fathers based on the states and directed by its leaders in its conception. The Pan-African Parliament was envisaged to be the voice of the people within the African Union, where we try to forge an integrated, prosperous Africa. At inception, the Parliament was supposed to guarantee that the structures of our organization reflect the needs, the aspirations, the values, and ambitions of our people. This common vision has guided our union through triumphs, tribulations, and challenges. Together, we have advanced initiatives such as the African Free Trade Agreement, which aims, as you know, to accelerate intra-African trade. We have also worked without sparing any efforts to resolve the challenges of conflicts on the continent, to try and silence the guns, and we have achieved a lot in terms of integrating the continent. We have increased and amplified the voice of Africa on the world stage by having a collective voice to ensure that Africa speaks with one voice. And we have ensured as well that Africa should appear as a critical player, a key player, and considered and sought, whose voice is sought on the international stage. And we committed ourselves to have a vision that goes beyond national interests and national personal ideas. And we, in this sense, try to have a common will and a common vision guided by Agenda 2063. On the internal level, the union has undertaken a number of institutional changes in order to guarantee its financial independence and to rework its operational structures to meet the aspirations of African people. These reforms aim to take the African Union and make it more efficient, more transparent, more financially independent. Financial independence is a key pillar of our independence. And in terms of that, so we need to be more independent of external donors so that we focus more on Africa's challenges. I am conscious of the fact that we still have a lot to do in terms of general funding, and especially in raising funds for the Pan-African Parliament in order to give it the wherewithal to meet its mandate. While the union deliberates on these fundraising strategies on the continental level, it is imperative to have an adequate allocation of resources to the Parliament. Equally, the necessity to reform the structures of the Parliament have to be met so that it operates optimally. And obviously, it is going to be done with diligence as we have committed ourselves to. Agenda 2063, which is our common agenda for a prosperous, peaceful, and integrated Africa, has to be achieved, and for that we also need to give priority to internal and external strategic partners which have federated their support to this vision. It is not just a document, it is a vision to transform and meet the aspirations of the African people. It is continuous action. Notably, for example, on the part of the Pan-African Parliament as the watchdogs of this vision. And so your role in the national policies and the stabilization of member states within the framework of controls in the Parliament is essential to achieving this vision. Africa has made considerable progress on the international stage. The historic inclusion of Africa in the General Assembly of the United Nations gives it a voice to have critical discussions on the economic policy, the debt reduction and cancellations, and other priorities. As an essential member of the G20, the African Union has a platform that enables it to influence directly the economic policies of the world. On this issue, Africa's voice shall be important in global affairs, and the African Union on this score has to assume its responsibilities and play an important role at the service of our people. An increasing consensus to support peace initiatives in Africa, for a permanent representation in the Security Council of the United Nations is really one of our priorities. And Africa is seeking its key role that it plays in peace and security at global level, given the number of conflicts that are playing out at continental level. Thanks to the efforts of the African leaders, linked also to the diplomatic efforts of the Pan-African Parliament, actions are increasing in this sense. The future of the African Union as the driver of global affairs is a priority for us all. And in this context, I invite the Pan-African Parliament to exercise its constitutional mandate to work with its brother and sister parliamentarians in the rest of the world to strengthen other efforts and other continental efforts for increased representations and stronger voice for Africa in the concert of global levels and in the Security Council of the United Nations. Despite these remarkable achievements, we are confronted with key and formidable challenges, one of which the African Union is facing, is the decline of the Pan-African spirit. These past few years, we have witnessed a decline in Pan-Africanism, a growing egoism and self-interest almost everywhere in the world. This collapse of the Pan-Africanism really saps the collective vision that has been guiding the African Union since its birth. It weakens our belief in our intellectual and moral capacity, and it kneecaps our fight in all areas, internal as well as external. Today, more than ever, the work of the Pan-African Parliament, the People's Parliament, is to fill this gap, is to facilitate collaboration and to represent the voice of the people. Your role is crucial for a renaissance of Pan-Africanism. It is essential that you continue to defend the Pan-African vision so that it remains alive and pertinent for the African vision. In my address to your August Assembly on 7 May 2018 in Midrand, at the very beginning of my first term, I had with faith and conscience said, and I quote, looking at the commitment that animates you, it is time to ask how to inspire this will to, and the answer precedes any questioning on the necessity of the Pan-African Parliament. And this question and this answer have become even more pertinent today. And so they are really priorities that we must meet. Honorable representatives.
Has reached the fullness of its institutional maturity, thanks to your collective wisdom and high sense of responsibility. It has also successfully overcome its initial difficulties. It is therefore high time to ensure the transformation from a consultative body to a parliamentary institution with full legislative powers. As my term of office as chairperson of the African Union Commissions comes to an end, I would like to extend my best wishes to you for progress strength, and success. I'm also convinced that no contract, the Pan-African Parliament will work with the other organs of our union to achieve these objectives towards the Africa we want. I thank you for your attention.
For those pre-recorded, we can still clap again in appreciation. What do I say now? Yes, we can do this one. And I'll move to this one straight. Thank you very much. The speech from the chairperson of the African Union Commission. I'm actually impressed. Some of the key statements he has made, that the PAP was envisaged to be the voice of the people, the voice in health, the voice of the people in transport issues, industry, energy, education, women issues, youth issues. I can't exhaust the whole list of committees, but it means every committee should know that we are the voice of the people within that particular portfolio, and that our structures should reflect the needs of the people, which means our plans, our strategic plan should reflect the needs of the people, and that we are responsible for integrating Africa, for trade, silencing the guns, and ensuring that Africa has a voice on the world stage, and that we promote and ensure implementation of a common vision guided by Agenda 2063. And that PAP is very important in achieving the AU vision. The chairperson also lamented the collapse of Pan-Africanism and has called upon Pan-African Parliament to fill this gap that is between the founding fathers' own vision of Pan-Africanism and the state of affairs. And he calls for the renaissance of Pan-Africanism. And that Pan-African Parliament should take a lead in reviving Pan-Africanism. And of course, with our diaspora yesterday and their presentations, I think we're moving in the direction that will achieve. And PAP has reached fullness of maturity, and that he calls upon the union to grant full legislative powers, and that the PAP should work with other organs. All these statements are very important for our strategic plan and for our own committee plans. Are we working with other organs? Are we planning in silos? So that, I think there are some key statements that we need to take note of. At this stage, may I request the clerk to connect Excellency Dr. Monique Sanzabaganwa.
Your Excellency, President, of the Pan-African Parliament, I'm connected.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Excellency Dr. Monique Sanza Banganwa, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the African Union Commission, to present a speech.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Honorable President, Fortune Charumbira, President of the Pan-African Parliament, members of the Bureau, members of the Parliament, all protocol observed. The privilege to talk after my President, His Excellency Mr. Faki Mahamat, who stressed those important points and also stressed the point on reform, institutional reform that is covering, among others, the sustainable financing of the Union. Your Excellencies, you represent the hopes of Africa and vision of Africa. And the decisions made in the House echo across our continent, propelling us towards the united and prosperous Africa envisioned by Agenda 2063. Your role in legislation, policy harmonization, oversight, accountability, and interparliamentary diplomacy are crucial. These roles empower us to build the Africa we want collectively. In my address to the high-level workshop on result-based planning, budgeting, reporting, and management for the Pan-African Parliament held on 13 September this year, I stressed the pivotal role PAP will play in popularizing and domesticating the goals of Agenda 2063 and its second decade plan, which is a decade for acceleration. Your role through aligning PAP strategic plan to the union-wide 5-year strategy and the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. Your role in monitoring and accountability, your role in advocacy and popularizing of Agenda 2063, your role as a catalyst for national integration of Agenda 2063 in national budgets and policies, and your role as bridge builder in the AU and the national governments. You already started playing a part, and I commend your collective efforts. Indeed, your upcoming 5-year strategic plan aligns with several moonshots from the second 10-year implementation plan, Agenda 2063, planning from 2024 to 2053. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, today I would like to revisit our journey towards self-financing for the African Union. In 2015, the Assembly of Heads of State and Government, meeting in South Africa, adopted Decision 578, setting progressive targets to reach self-financing over 5 years. 3 targets: 100% of the operational budget should be funded by member state assessed contribution. 75% of the program budget and 25% of the peace support operations budget of the Union should be shouldered by member states' assessed contributions. 1 year after, in Kigali, 2016, a subsequent decision was taken, which instituted a 0.2% import levy as a resource mobilization mechanism to support member states in meeting their contributions. The Assembly directed the Commission to reform the Union to ensure accountability and transparency in the resource use, reducing dependency on external donors. Almost a decade since historic decisions, the financial sustainability of our Union still calls for our collective efforts. We must congratulate member states on meeting the first target of the funded operational budget. However, their contribution in program budget, which rose from 6% in 2016 to 45% in 2019, has since been declining and stands at 9% in 2025 budget. In this year's budget, it stands at 12%. So from 12, it's going further down to 9% next year. This is far, of course, from the 75% envisaged. Progress on the 25% target on peace support operations has been also sporadic. It was just above 4% in 2017, had declined to 3% in 2020, and to nil between 2021 and 2023. It's only in 2024 that an exceptional effort was made to the level of contributing 11% of peace support operations needs. Unfortunately, for the next year, 2025, budget that was voted in July this year in Accra, the share of member states' assessed contributions again dropped to nil. Not all is lost, though. The achievements on the Peace Fund are commendable. Disbursements to the Peace Fund have almost attained the initial endowment of $400 million that member states have set. They have contributed more than 95%, and I'm sure by end of this year or very soon, even 100% will be fully paid. And these millions are being invested by our fund managers and are earning an interest. We have even started tapping some of the interest income fund peace support initiatives. The fund is overseen by a state-of-the-art governance structure, including an external board of trustees, an independent evaluation group, and professional fund managers. These are in addition to the executive management team comprising the chairperson of the commission, the deputy chairperson of the commission, the commissioner in charge of political affairs and peace and security. The union has also underperformed on the levy, the 0.2% levy on eligible imports, with only 17 countries who have domesticated this levy since 2019. This situation challenges our commitment to a financially sustainable African Union funded, owned by Africans. In 2021, a cap of $250 million on the member states' assessed contributions was introduced as a temporary measure to help member states navigate the economic impacts of COVID-19. However, not only has this capping persisted beyond the pandemic, but also contributions have consistently fallen short, stabilizing around 200 million of contributions every year. Compounding this shortfall, the union's operational needs have grown, particularly with the establishment of essential offices such as the FCFT Secretariat and the Africa CDC and many others, demanding more significant financial commitment. Continuous efforts are also being made to ensure that budgets are prepared to reflect priorities and approved plans. While the Union has seen an improvement in the expenditure on the budget, this is against available budget, from 68% in 2015 to 85% in 2023. The rate of implementation of activities, also referred to as the technical execution rate, has been rather low. This speaks to serious issues, including imperfections in result-based planning and budgeting, slow implementation of reforms, staff shortages, and delays or arrears in disbursements, both on the member state side and our partner sides, that have resulted in limited budgets. Honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament urgently needed to reverse this funding trend to ensure sufficient resources for the Union's critical programs. At the same time, a culture of result-based planning, budgeting, monitoring, and reporting will guarantee that all implementing entities of the Union work collaboratively to uphold principles of value for money and accountability that we owe to our member states and the citizens. To secure predictable and sustainable financing for the African Union, I encourage this August Assembly to work closely with national parliaments and other stakeholders on the following priorities. 1, advocate for the fulfillment of financial commitments. Indeed, actively advocating for adherence to the Johannesburg financing targets of 100%, 75%, and 25%, and also to fully implement the African Union 0.2% import levy, ensuring member states' collective support for a self-reliant union. Number 2, to ensure timely and full contributions. This House suggested to support initiatives to guarantee that member states fulfill their assessed contributions in full and on time, upholding principles of capacity to pay, equitable burden sharing, and solidarity. Predictable funding is essential for our union's stability and effectiveness. Number 3, to strengthen domestic resource mobilization. There is need to encourage and facilitate efforts to enhance domestic resource mobilization, fostering the institutional capacity of our member states to generate and manage resources effectively, thereby supporting the Union's financial sustainability among many needs that we have. In conclusion, our leadership shines a light on Africa's path forward. Together, we are shaping the Africa we want and the Africa to be inherited by our children, an Africa where our people thrive and our unity strengthens us. I urge you, through your interparliamentary roles and established structures, including the Conference of Speakers of African Parliaments and the Conference of Clerks and Secretary Generals of national and regional parliaments, to champion a commitment by the African Union member states to fully fund the African Union. Let us work together to ensure that the Union is sustainably financed by Africans and for Africans. Vos Excellences, je voudrais aussi vous signaler.
Your Excellency, I would like also to point out that we have circulated a document a little bit more detailed about this report on stability and financial sustainability of the Union, which unfortunately we have not been able to translate into all the languages of the AU, but I hope that it will be put at your disposal and it will help you to consider this issue of funds, and I'll remain available in order to respond to all your questions which you would raise, and also to receive your comments and also your words of wisdom concerning this problem which I have just referred to. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency, Dr. Monique Sanza Bangano. Can we give another louder applause? Your Excellency, we are happy that you said you'll be available to listen to debate or contributions by members of parliament to your presentation. And because of the appetite also for the top leadership in the union, the debate may even encroach into areas that were presented by His Excellency Moussa Faki, but because you are the deputy, I think we can handle everything. Honorable members, I now open for debate, and there's a list of 11 members who have registered to contribute on the presentation. Those that have just gained interest, as usual, you can send in papers. The first to take the floor will be Honorable Yusuf Mohammed Al-Fakri from Libya.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Good morning to you. Morning greetings to all the members who are present in this hall. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor to be the first participant into this session of this morning. My statement will be confined to the presentation that was made by the chairperson of the AUC. The chairperson of the AUC have spoken about the difficulties that are faced by the African Union as concerns the financial resources. And and we as members of the PAP and also as representatives of the peoples of Africa know very well that there is a great problem that is being faced by the African Union as concerns the financial resources. But I would have hoped that the chairperson of the AUC would share with us concise and precise information about what's happening within the African Union Commission on the contributions in order for us to help him. He must know that we as members representing member states and that we can, through our governments, have an impact on our governments in order to support the African Union. The other issue that I would like which the President has referred to is about the role of the Pan-African Parliament. And he has spoken about the leading role that PAP should have in order to work together with regional and international organizations. This is very important. We know that the chairperson of the AUC is about to leave, and the Commission is about to elect a new chairperson. And the statement that he has made is very important because it is an incentive to the Pan-African Parliament in playing its role in representing the peoples of Africa, and incentive also to the newcomers to the AUC. And also, the chairperson has also recognized that there are some difficulties that are faced by countries. And also, he has encouraged governments to sign the protocol attached to the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Youssef. Next to take the floor is Honorable Kouchami Fagnon, Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I should like to congratulate the chairperson of the African Union Commission and the presentation of Dr. Monique. The two speakers have recognized the role of coordinator and supervision. They have spoken about the bridge that the Pan-African Parliament has with governments. We need to take this opportunity. Dr. Monique has spoken about the problem of advocacy and resource mobilization with the governments. We had mentioned this earlier in our proposal for action in terms of strategy to be implemented by the Pan-African Parliament. We are delighted to find out that, and Dr. Monique agrees, that we need to concentrate on results, and we have to materialize the objectives of everything that we need to do to ensure the vitality of our parliament in terms of the strategic plan. The relationship also between our parliament and national parliaments is very important. Let us review our working method, make the actions of Pan-African Parliament visible. In terms of treaties that need to be signed and ratified, the colleague who spoke before me mentioned this. Well, in fact, what we need to do is we need a minimum budget. In 2025, we need to take the opportunity to have an annual work plan that represents the challenge that the Pan-African Parliament is a bridge between with governments, so that we can start being very active and proactive for our peoples. I should like to suggest, Mr. President, that, well, you see that in our countries, sports development is very important, and you can see the number of private companies, whether they be banks, insurance companies, airlines, industrial companies, that we should have a resolution so that a certain amount is dedicated to fill the coffers of the African Union, as it is done in sport. It's not huge amounts of money, but it is the economies of scale. When you see that, for example, in 40 countries, all these private companies sponsor sports. So we should improve the quality of our partnerships with technical and financial partners. And if PAP mobilizes funds with partners, that should be very positive for us. We have great hope so that the Pan-African Parliament regains its vitality for the member states and for the peoples of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fanyo. Next, take the floor, Honorable Mamelo Mpoko, Lesotho.
I apologize. I registered for disaster management, not for.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mohamed Segres, Algeria.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, prayers be upon His Prophet. In fact, while I'm listening to this report, I felt sad because of the situation of the African Union. This union, which is the founding fathers put goals for it in order to help the rise of the continent. Those were big and ambitious goals to help the continent. However, the financial situation is not promising. I'm not going to go through the details of the report, but I would like to remind us of some points. If the African continent wants to create this rise up and this development, then the continent needs, first of all, that those who run the business, the presidents and the heads of institutions, they have to feel and believe in these goals, first of all. Through the listening to the report and seeing the big lack in the finance, which is not really reaching the hope of all those who look into it, we might think that there is no sincere work towards those goals. I hope I'm mistaken, but I think that there should be a strong belief of the goals that the founding fathers put. We can say that the lack of finance and might push the African Union into the external funding. However, this external funding is not coming for free. It's always tied up to pushing the union to agree to foreign agendas, and I belong to a country which is called Algeria, and the slogan is sovereignty of the country over its resources and its financial independence, and our slogan is the auto-efficiency, and this is what we want for Africa. Therefore, we wish that all the African countries follow the same and push for self-efficiency and the full sovereignty over its land and its resources. So if we look at the situation of the African Union and see that it is in this lack of finance, and might go and ask for foreign funds that will push it into not being dependent. And we look at the African situation and we see countries that are not enjoying that full unity. So in that sense, I think that the content might not be able to reach that development that we aspire to. Those are some points that I wanted to mention. So what I ask for is a stand up, and I think that the members of the parliament has a role to play because they are the representatives of their people. And I believe that the African Union is required to come with non-traditional ways to tackle the subject in order to be able to finance with its own resources its activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sagris. Next, take the floor, Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana, Kenya.
Bwana Rais.
Chair, I would like to know if I can use Kiswahili and if the interpreter is all set. Thank you very much. Chair, I would like to seize this opportunity to extend my gratitude for the great presentation of Mr. Faki and the presentation made by his vice. My question goes to His Excellency Mustafa Faki and Dr. Monique. We have spoken a lot about adding funds provided by African countries for the African Union. My question is that I myself, as Kenya and other countries, when I give my money as a normal citizen, I would like to know how this money is spent. As we call it in English, oversight. What I would like to ask is that why you, as the leaders of African Union, AUC, why don't you bring these commissioners and your leaders to these top committees that represent the voice of citizens who would ask questions about how the money is spent at the African Union. When I came here as the Papa MP, I see Mustafa Faki for the first time. My question is that why don't you send these commissioners to these PAP committees so that when I go back home in Nairobi, I can tell them the money you send to the African Union and those commissioners responsible, we have inspected them and we have known how our money has been spent. Therefore, you can continue to contribute. But now, Dr. Monique, you tell us that we should do the advocacy back home. But you don't come to tell us how you spend this money. And it's quite difficult for us. We don't know what to say because maybe citizens would ask us, why don't you tell us how you spend this money and you want us to add? So I would like to find out why. The second and last, we as MPs of Africa, we urged that you should arrange those who want to occupy Mr. Faki's vacancy should come to this parliament to talk with African citizens and to us who represent those African citizens so that they can tell us their policies. What are they going to do once they occupy these vacancies so that they can explain their strategies and plans, what they are going to do with African Union and us as Parliament. And I would like to know whether you have gotten this opinion or you think this is positive or not, because once they come to this parliament, for those who will fail, will know, and those who succeed will know. We would like them to come, and we want to know your plans and strategies. We would like them to come and inform us. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Honorable Salek Abdrahman Musa, Sahrawi Republic.
In the name of Allah, thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. The observation that I wanted to raise is exactly what was said by my colleague from Kenya, and that is the question of why all the interventions of the African Union are online. Years ago, we used to come to this chamber. We used to receive the commissioners from the African Union, the chair of the commission, and the rest of the commissioners in order to give us the state of the African Union and peace and security and some other interventions on their part. However, it is strange that is changed, and we ask, is this due to their own occupation with their own business? I'm afraid that the African Union is not giving the same importance to the Pan-African Parliament, which actually should be allocated to it as being one of the most important organs of the African Union. However, I would ask, why do we have all those online interventions and not in-person interventions from these commissioners? I would like to have an answer to that. Thank you very much.
Shukran. Next, take the floor is Honorable Estam Tony Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. I would like to thank both His Excellency Moussa Faki, the chairperson of the Africa Union Commission, and Her Excellency Dr. Monique Nzanza Bangawa for the presentations that they made. I would like to say that the vision of having the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament were very good, but they were founded on certain principles and they were founded with a vision. The vision has still been misunderstood, and I think we're actually pitted against each other rather than working together. When I talk about the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament, I believe that when we solve the problems between the African Union and the recognition of the African Union of the significance of the Pan-African Parliament being made to have the necessary resources, being given the legislative power, being independent and able to actually oversight the union itself, that's when we'll be able to achieve the vision. Because right now, it's like they police themselves and they police us, and they don't want to give us the strength that we need to be able to do the work. I mean, in Moussa Faki's statement, he did mention that he wants and he hopes that the Pan-African Parliament, having resolved the past problems that it's had, would be able to have legislative power. It's a shame that that is not one of the things that he attained, and I really pray that my party leader, the Right Honourable Raila Amolo Odinga, the outgoing party leader for the ODM party, who is now a candidate in the AUC, will actually be able to do what is necessary. He's a father of devolution. He believes in independence and growth of countries and units within countries. So with that vision that he comes with and that strength, hopefully we will be able to make the Pan-African Parliament independent, well-resourced, with legislative powers, with committees to oversight the commissioners, because I think the commissioners that we have actually been a big stumbling block to the strength of this parliament. This parliament has a lot to do. I mean, we could be able to do laws in this parliament that can be adopted by the representatives that are represented here in our respective countries to make us actually sync and move together with one vision, one voice. Currently, we don't have that. And then we also need to be able to have penalties for those who do not pay. How do we make them pay? How do we make sure that everybody has a buy-in? Because surely there could be countries that have conflicts within, or countries that have instabilities or financially not strong. But this is where the African Union comes in.
Finish.
Sorry, thank you. There should be a buffer fund that could actually bail out some of the countries that are not able to go forward. I believe that one African country being wealthy is not enough for the entire continent. We need all the 54 countries to be actually able to build on their wealth, build on their resources, and we need to end the conflict. We need to silence the guns. And we need to make sure that the exploitation of African countries by our colonizers needs to end. So we need to take certain decisions for Africa, by Africans, not being influenced by the West, because we're still dependent on them, on donors. Real independence will come when the African Union is fully funded by the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Honorable Felix Mpozeri Niga, Burundi.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor. I had a few suggestions to make, but those who have spoken before me have already suggested same. But I'd like to, first of all, thank the presenters for their very interesting presentations. But having a look at the figures that were shown to us by Dr. Monique and the comments of His Excellency Moussa Faki saying that there is a decline in Pan-Africanism and taking note of the figures that have just been given to us concerning the funding of African Union program. I have concerns in terms of implementation of Agenda 2063. This leads to the fact that whether there is advocacy or not, there has to be a strategy for mobilization of funds. And because just saying that we need advocacy without your strategic plan for funds mobilization, that will be a bit complicated. As those who have spoken before me have said, we need to have exchanges, physical meetings to debate all these issues concerning the financing of the Union. Because if we are not independent financially, it will be impossible to arrive at the vision of Agenda 2063. We should have exchanges with the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, with the commissioners of the African Union, particularly those in charge of financing, so that we can adopt strategic plans to solve all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to take the floor is Honorable Jennifer Wibabara, Rwanda.
Thank you, sir. I very much appreciate the presentation of His Excellency, the Chairperson of African Union Commission, and very much happy to have Her Excellency Dr. Monique present to us her very excellent presentation as well. Mine starts with what the Chairperson of African Union Commission said. The vision to unite Africa is very much beneficial to all of us as Africans and as member states. And more than ever before, for this continent to survive, we need this spirit to come up and people to come together. Also, as he requested us to rekindle the Pan-African spirit, I was suggesting that a strategy maybe more than PAP, including PAP members of people can come up with a team to come up with a mobilization strategy to rally back African leaders to the cause of the Union of Africa, so that to survive as a continent, we need to be together. And be together is a commitment of leaders, of member states, and of the African people. So there must be a strategy to it. We can't just sit and see it collapsing and the spirit going back down. Also, that's why I think with them engaged and committed, then we can talk about the financing. And with financing, I think there needs to be a measures in place, how people are going to honor their pledges, their contribution on member states. If there are no measures or mechanisms of accountability, of enforcement, and maybe there are no consequences. Of course, we are not going to talk about punitive measures, but some simple measures that can make people honor their pledges. Otherwise, it will seem as if things are not done in a very serious way. As many of the points were raised by former colleagues, MPs talked about it, I would therefore conclude saying that let us first get the people. Let us first let their spirit back to the cause and the reason why. And I think with that, we shall get the money. And with that, shall get the commitment. And this move would involve young people. That will be very good. So that the vision of the founding father and the survival of our continent will be realized. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. When you addressed this chair, You don't say, sir. You say, Mr. President. The next speaker is Honorable Sophia Jimbreo Djibouti.
Excusez-moi, Monsieur le Président. J'avais.
Excuse me, Honorable President. I had asked a question about the industrialization of Africa, not on the two themes that were tackled after that. I'm sorry.
Then you then speak on that topic. Honorable Senior Ahmed, Sahrawi Democratic Republic.
اسمح لي سيد الرئيس، أنا طلبت الكلمة في موضوع حالة حقوق الإنسان وليس.
I would like to speak on the human rights situation, not on those two topics. Thank you.
Lloyd Kasingo, Namibia.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the floor. I'm just going to comment briefly on the 2 points, namely the decline of Pan-Africanism and the levy. I believe that Agenda 2063 cannot be achieved if all of us here in the future who will govern Africa during 2063 cannot understand Pan-Africanism. I believe that the revival of Pan-Africanism is very important even for us as an African continent to talk of funding ourselves. If we don't have that spirit, we keep on banging to the others, although our continent is very rich. So the revival of Pan-Africanism, the spirit among ourselves who are present in the future, we cannot also strengthen our organs of the AU, our court, our legislative body, PAP, and to ensure that we ratify Malabo Protocol. And all of us, the member state, our head of state, must understand that need. Having said that, the decline of this Pan-Africanism in Namibia, we have also noticed that. In particular, among the youth, they don't understand that. What? Some of them, not all, they are aiming just to get rich quick. And to ensure that the whole country having a bread, not all of them understand. And the question arises that who will respect a poor person who is sitting on top of the rich underground? Africa as a continent is very, very rich, but its people is poor. Some countries, they manage to have those resources, mines, diamond, but because of mismanagement, the poor become poor. And the outsiders, they are happy with this. We go and study America, where, but
finish. Another minute. Another minute, you finish.
I talk in my... Yeah, our minds are not free. And henceforth, I would like to propose that as His Excellency, our chair, His Excellency Moussa Faki, proposed that Pan-African Parliament are key, we go back home and try in our respective parliament, in our respective government, to put up structures, in particular aiming at the youth, so that they can understand. Where does AU come from? Even PAP was brought up by those people who are no more. Some of them are here. My president, Semani Wama, is still alive. And they say the need that AU must have a legislative body. So those people, they understand and they have the spirit of Pan-Africanism. And I can quickly say that maybe in the future, anyone who will be a member from Pan-African Parliament must test that really he understands that spirit. Yeah, concerning the levy, as I stated that we are rich, Africa is rich. Africa is rich. Maybe those levies must come up from our resources, our diamond, our oil also. They must pay levy, and the levy just go direct to AU to fund ourselves. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President, Your Excellency Faki, and Your Excellency, the Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kasingo. I'm advised that I share this information, that this morning we have unprecedented high number. Now, numbers of people following live on our platforms. That this debate, maybe because of the chairperson and deputy chairperson, we have thousands, if not millions, who are following this debate. Thank you. And also the interest to debate has increased. I have received extra expressions or registrations, 5 more. Okay, actually received 7. So the next speaker to take the floor is Honorable Kasanji Ngoi Alphonse, DRC.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I'd like to congratulate Excellency Moussa Faki and Her Excellency Dr. Monique for their 2 speeches. And I noted the issue raised about the legislative powers of the Pan-African Parliament by His Excellency Moussa Faki, but I was a bit disappointed by what Madame Monique, Dr. Monique said about the 2% to be levied on imports, which enabled us to move from 6% to 45% from 2016 to 2019. And we have now fallen back to 9%. What are the reasons for that? Why have we fallen back to 9% if the Parliament, which is called upon to intervene so that the states honor their obligations? What I have observed is that in many sub-regional organizations, they have managed to mobilize resources to fund their budget. But unfortunately, at the African Union, we have a tendency to turn towards foreign nations. And many of the conflicts that we have on the continent are caused by outside forces. And I would like to propose to our parliament the following. We should have a mission. The parliament must constitute a delegate made up of MPs from various countries. And this delegation will visit countries that have not paid their contributions to raise awareness on the importance to mobilize our own resources. Because if we continue to turn to foreign countries, if they fund us, then we will have to face more conflicts, which will never end. And my wish is that we formed that delegation. I know it might cost a lot of money and that the resources are quite constrained at the Pan-African Parliament, but it would be great for that group of people, that delegation, to visit countries that have not honored their obligations so that they can raise awareness in those countries. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, the floor will be Honorable John Bond Bideri of Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity to speak. I would like, first of all, to thank His Excellency Moussa Faki and Her Excellency Monique Nsanzabaganwa for their excellent presentations. I want to begin by, first of all, thanking the leaders of this continent for having come up with a program for resource mobilization, as outlined in the presentations, both in Johannesburg and in Kigali. I think that's a very positive step towards the realization of having independence in terms of resources for the continent. I do agree that Africa indeed deserves to have financial independence in order for it to drive the Agenda 2063. However, looking at or listening to the presentation, in my view, I think that very minimal funding for programs, in particular, would certainly affect the achievement of this vision. And therefore, I do agree entirely with the proposal by the Deputy Chairperson that countries must actually, or rather the parliamentarians, should be able to make an effort to advocate within their member countries so that the commitments that the countries agreed towards the realization of resource mobilization for the continent are achieved. So I support that, and I think the proposal from our colleague from DRC makes a lot of sense towards this. I do know that my country, Rwanda, has actually committed, since 2017, has imposed this level of 0.2% towards the mobilization of resources for the African Union, and it is working very well. And therefore, on this note, I would also want to find out from Her Excellency Monique Nsanzabaganwa what are actually the challenges that countries have in terms of mobilizing these resources, in terms of raising the resources as agreed in Johannesburg and in Kigali. If she can kindly share with us those challenges, that might also help us to take the step towards going to our countries to mobilize or to advocate for the mobilization of these resources. I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Bideri. Next, take the floor is Honorable Kamau Margaret, Professor from Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity. May I start by thanking the chairperson and the deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission for their good presentations. And I want to only make two brief comments. One, I want to agree with their proposal on the roles of the PAP. It is a bit surprising for those of us who arrived last year that we have not had a very strong working relationship between the AU, Commission, and the PAP, because this is what would have unlocked a lot of things. Some of the things we are talking about today should not have been here if there was a close relationship between the African Union Commission and the PAP, because the goal is one. I agree that one of the key roles of the Pan-African Parliament is that of monitoring and accountability, as explained by Deputy Chairperson Monique.
Also, she mentioned that we must be the bridge between the AU and the partner states. That I also agree. But for us to be able to do that, we must be very clear about one thing, that parliaments, whether it's in PAP or in the national parliaments, work on transparency and accountability as the driver even of budgeting. How, therefore, do we persuade and advocate for better budgets if we are not able to discuss accountability and transparency of the AU here today? That they go back and give us proposals on how to implement this accountability and transparency, which must start from the budget process. Because we need to know where the money is going, because you cannot monitor something that you do not know. We can only monitor expenditure of the African Union when we know and have approved that budget. It is this House that we must allow to scrutinize and to approve the budget. After all, what are we hiding? We are all in the same family, the AUC, the other arms of the African Union, and this parliament. Let us be open to one another. Let's agree that the driver should be accountable. And if we agree, 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. It is very, very important that we start from the budgeting, the spending, and for us to be to monitor anything that is going on. Otherwise, Mr. President, the Pan-Africanism cannot be dying when we are here. It should be, we should be the ones encouraging. But those who are encouraging are not very conscious of what else is going on in this, in the other arms. And I therefore would like to suggest that for us, we must have an active relationship between the Pan-African Parliament and the other arms. We even dared in our committee when I was giving the report that we want to have a huge conference of all the arms and we agree on how we are working. Because unless we streamline this House, we are not going to be able to do much. With those, I really thank them for the good speeches, but we must agree on how to implement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Next, the floor is Honorable Costa Adalberto.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, Senhor Presidente.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Eu começo por saudar Sua Excelência, o Presidente da Comissão, Moussa Faki, também a doutora Monique, pelas intervenções feitas. Eu gostava de centrar a minha intervenção nas questões ligadas...
I'd like... Is it okay? Is it okay? Okay. Yes, you can repeat, please. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the Dr. Monique and also the chairperson of the Moussa Faki for your presentation. And I'd like to address my intervention related to the peace and security issues and development which are related, as well as also the economic issues. I'd like to start by call upon this Parliament to pronounce about the hard situation taking place in Mozambique today. Mozambique, after the electoral process, is facing a huge instability and a great risk. His Excellency Moussa Faki spoke appealing for the peace maintenance. As we are talking about this, and this is how they represent the voice of people, the sovereignty of the people, it is not good that the Pan-African Parliament be far from a conflict that is taking place nearby. And call upon all the intervention of all its members for not going to a mere conflict or for an instability, and also
to put an end to the Violence Act, particularly on violation against the populations. I will conclude by a case which is a reality in our continent. Our young population, which is the majority in terms of the population in the continent, is a little bit frustrated with the institutions when the democratic rights are not ensured. And most of these youth, they go for the eradication position. So it's important that we cannot, we avoid this. And we need to intervene is to violate the human right, respect, the democratic respect for the human, and also for the act to have a transparent election, transparent and democratic elections, so that we avoid conflicts, so that we may make a good management of the resources and have a better continent. So this is my intervention. Please, let's help Mozambique to solve the violence case that is facing today. Thank you very much.
Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President. First and foremost, I want to thank the presenters, the chairman, Musa Faki, and the deputy, Dr. Monique. That was a good presentation. I don't want to say much. I just want to support the colleagues who have talked here, because it's really worrying to hear that African Union, they are also going through challenges to raise funds for Africa. And I'm asking myself, if African Union is not able to raise funds, and here in Pan-African Parliament, we are always saying that we are not able to operate because we don't have funds, what are we going to do? And what I would like to tell you, the deputy, I think it's important to work with Pan-African Parliament because we are member of Parliament. And the challenges you are talking about, like the member state not contributing, and also the resource mobilization, us as members of Parliament are the only members who can help you to do that. But now if you sideline us, because most of the time we are not even able to operate, like me, I'm in Eastern Caucasus, and we are not even able to go for a single mission because we don't have money. And saying that we are here to raise voice for Africans, I don't know what we are going to do. Now here, you've told us that you want us to advocate for the money. And I'm asking myself, how am I going to advocate for money? And yet, AU is not ready to be accountable. Because you see, I have heard from the chairman has said that now Pan-African Parliament has matured to be a full legislative and oversight house. Why can't you allow us to do that? Because now when we do that, we'll be able to go and talk to our country, talk to our members, our presidents, and they'll be able now to give money to the African Union. I can also thank you because you said you come with a program of resource mobilization. That is a brilliant idea. However, let's account for this money, monitoring and evaluation. The commissioners should be accountable. They should not dictate to us. We are members of Parliament and we are elected, and that is why we are here. And we are ready to work with you and make sure that the Africa is moving to the next level. All the same, let's work together. I urge you to work closely with us because we are all here to present hope and we are here to represent hope and vision of Africa. Thank you very much and all the best. God bless.
Asante.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. We thank both speakers, His Excellency Faki and Dr. Monique, for telling us today what is actually happening at the African Union. And I think today, Honorable Speaker, it is very evident that as a union, we must look at ourselves from all angles. I will start with the decline in the Pan-Africanism in the continent here. But then the question is, what is the AU doing to correct that? Honorable Speaker, we are here speaking in a language that we do not own. And we've been talking about it for a long time. In fact, we've been segregated by Francophone, Anglophone, Arabophone, Lusophone, everything for something we do not own. How can we promote Pan-Africanism if the language that we speak in this parliament or at the level of the AU does not even belong to us? Do you expect Pan-Africanism to be promoted? No. We must develop our own language. And I've said this since 2017. Let's develop our own language and nurture that in our curriculum in our schools. And in the next 10, 15 years, anywhere you go, Eswatini, Kenya, Gambia, Burundi, you speak the language, somebody's going to talk to you. Not this English language, not this French language, that doesn't do anything else but to divide this continent. We must think twice, and we must take a look at our strategies as a union. I am not surprised by the decline. Because Africa is a very young population. But we must instill that Pan-Africanism in us. We must instill that mentality in us. And that's going to change our thinking. We must think Africa. And unless and until we do that, promote our culture, stop this language that divides us, we will not go anywhere. And I'm glad that the chairman actually has mentioned that. And personally, I'm not even surprised. We must do better for the African population. Honorable Speaker, to talk about the financial aspect of it, I mean, it's quite evident. We here as members of parliament, we are the one that approve budgets in our countries. We are the one that approve money that goes to the AU. We are the one that approve budgets to do all development in our own countries. But at the end of the year, financial year, the parliament is given an audit. How have you used that money? I've been here for 7 good years, Honorable Speaker, as a member of this parliament. I've never seen the AU audit. I've never seen that. Here. Even the budget of the African Union that we actually fund, we have not seen it. So how do you expect us as members of parliament to help promote participation by the African people to ensure that we contribute? Have a minute, please. Yes, how can you expect us as members of parliament to help promote the funding of the AU when money is given, we do not know when the money is spent. We do not know where is it. Where is it? I mean, we must be factual here, and we must be truthful. Tell us where the money is going, and we will go back to our own countries and tell them to pay for the AU because the AU is meant for the African population. But if you do not know where the money is going, it'll be very difficult, Doctor, to tell my country, the Gambia, to contribute. The last time I've checked with my Minister of Finance, he told me that Gambia is up to date until August. Because I wanted to know exactly what's happening. But how about other countries? If you want them to pay, please bring an audited report of the AU in the parliament here, we will debate it. Bring the budget of the AU, we will debate it. We know exactly where the African money is going. Thank you very much.
I think this is the last name on the list.
Your Excellency,
Honorable Barakat.
Your Excellency, I submitted my name.
I haven't seen it so far, but let me take note. That is Honorable Suleiman. Is it? Yes. All right. So Honorable Barakat, proceed.
Bonjour.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Vice President. I would like to thank the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Moussa Faki, as well as Deputy Chairperson Dr. Monique. We know that the Pan-African Parliament does not have legislative powers, and we believe that the President and the Vice President who are present with us. I believe that the chairperson and the vice chairperson who are with us can advocate for the ratification of the Malabo Protocol on the Pan-African Parliament. The Pan-African Parliament tries to do its part in terms of advocacy. However, as the African Union Commission, what is being done in that regard, because this must be a collective effort. And while awaiting its legislative powers, the Pan-African Parliament must participate in the implementation of policies and programs on the continent. But over the past few years, we have seen that even the budget of the various organs of the African Union has not been transmitted to the Pan-African Parliament. I think the last element that I have in mind is recently in March. And the various departments of the African Union do not collaborate with the Pan-African Parliament committees or the relevant committees. So how do we then fix the situation so that the Pan-African Parliament can exercise its oversight function? And in addition, the Pan-African Parliament must be regularly informed on the reforms processes going on at the African Union. And one example of such reform is the financial independence of the African Union. I will stop there. Thank you.
I think the actual last is the Vice President, Honorable Jida.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just seize this opportunity to congratulate Excellencies Moussa Faki Mahamat for detailing the expectations of the Pan-African Parliament with regards to funding, with regards to our role and the operation of the Pan-African Parliament, as well as the strategic plan that we have just submitted to the august members of the Pan-African Parliament. And so I think that Moussa Faki considered some strategic plan. And I also want to congratulate the Vice President, Dr. Monique, who also spoke to us on the funding of the Pan-African Parliament, and also detailed us, she went into details on that. And so people spoke a lot more about the funding and where the funding of the 2% comes from. What is it based on? People really were not edified on that. And so, Madam, could you please explain to us 2%? Just like in Chad, we have 2% tax on imports, for example. And so if all African countries deduct 2% tax on all imports, and we could use that to fund the African Union. And so they could take that on imports of everything that African business people bring in. And because we shouldn't just be losing when we do commercial transactions. And so when this money is collected, also it must be turned into the African Union for its operations. And so if there are certain heads of state who are not doing it, we should bring it to the Executive Council. And if there is a country that has not met its commitments or that has not committed to doing this, why not suspend those countries?
that is where we need to suspend the 2%. If the 2% is not covering expenses, we would need obviously partners to increase the kind of liquidity that we require. In our Central African Economic Community, we have about 4% for community integration. And also we have 1%, which is community integration tax. So that is 5%. And so 2% of that can go to the African Union. And then at the level of our regional economic community, we can use it for our zone, as well as a 0.5% eventually, which may be used to increase the allocation of the African Union. Thank you very much. Those are my inputs. And I think the African Union should consider that so that we impose, instead of relying on partners to impose things on us. I thank you, Mr. President.
Received another or two more requests to take the floor. I'm aware the deputy chairperson wants to also be excused very soon. So I request that those who take the floor now, having requested late, should also be very, very brief. Honorable Joly. Jacques Diarassi.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I'm going to be very brief, even if the question is a very important and existential one for our institution, the Parliament, as well as for the entirety of the political institutions of the African Union. I would like to thank His Excellency Honorable Faki, President of the Commission, as well as the Vice President in charge of Finance, the Vice Chair of Finance. Honorable President, while listening to Honorable Faki and Madam raising these issues, I would like to tell you that in our country, which had inscribed in its constitution in Article 215, the opportunity for our country in Article 217 to conclude treaties to abandon part of its sovereignty to the African Union. This clause is strongly contested due to the results of the African Union following its transformation from the Organization of African Unity. The philosophy of the African Union, especially with regards to the youth, is really is in question. Why, Honorable President? Honorable President, Agenda 2063, I believe, just like you, that in 2063 that we would all be very far. We would have gone very far. Honorable President, in terms of the integration from 34 states down to 6 states, when we look at the first step, it has to be the regional economic communities. If we look at the only case of the Central African region, the assessment is very negative. It's a zone, a region rather, which where there is a lot of conflict, interstate conflict, and so on. There is a clear problem, in my opinion. The African Union needs to invite us for a reflection, because if we look at the African Union, which is really based on the model of the European Union, shouldn't we start integration which is based on the economy and free movement of people? because our initial vision, the vision of Monrovia, really, it was an economic integration, because we are too much in theoretical discussions and debates rather than actions. Young Africans.
DRC.
Honorable President, thank you for giving me the floor. I had already submitted my question and it got lost in the process. I would like to congratulate Honorable Ma'am and Honorable Musa Faki Mahamat for their presentation, and also for raising the issue of Pan-Africanism and the rise in conflicts in Africa. This situation, as you know, is linked, in my opinion, to the desire of states to just make voluntary contributions. Where the questions that we want to ask is, how do we transform that into obligations? And that should be really motivated by pressure from the African people. And if to achieve this, the Pan-African Parliament really played the role of a period, a catalyzer, and I believe that this shortfall in contribution really is linked to our policy positions and ideological positions, and also the will of our people. And so it is PAP, which is in contact with the people to to change the situation. So without a budget, how can PAP really be close to the people? How can PAP promote African policies to the African people? Like some have just said here, we, the members of PAP, how are we going to tell people if we do not have the spaces to speak directly to them or to speak directly to the African Union Commission? And so we need to be conscious that those who fund us are those who dictate how we should operate. And so like some said here today, Pan-Africanism means ending all wars. And who supports these wars? It is foreign countries, and we all know that. And all that we spend to fund wars should be spent rolling out the policies of the African Union. I would like to finally conclude by asking this question to Honorable Musa Faki Mahamat. How do we change this situation? Because we are those who represent the people, and so we should work together. And often you are not listening to us, and so we need to work in collaboration. And I invite the executive to increase dialogue with the Pan-African Parliament so that we really achieve the objectives that are honest and really Pan-African.
I think the last contribution from Honorable Vice President Dr. Gayo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Chairperson of African Union, Mr. Musa Faki, and the Deputy Chairperson, Her Excellency Monique, Dr. Monique. Your Excellency, Dr. Monique, you asked the Pan-African Parliament to fund itself, to be self-sufficient. At the same time, you can witness that Pan-African Parliament raised around $3.5 million, and we came to your office, asked how to utilize that money. Of course, positively you tried to assist us. You went through all the documents and the rules of financial rules of African Union. Finally, you found that it's not possible to Pan-African Parliament to use that money. It should come to the same basket to African Union so that it can be maybe redistributed to organs of the African Union. In this way, how can Pan-African Parliament finance itself and can be self-sufficient, Your Excellency. Secondly, regarding the budget hearing, I know during Madam Zuma, when she was the chairperson of African Union Commission, since 2010, we were here, we debated on the budget of the Union, and we contributed. But later on, we heard the Legal Council of African Union advised that since the Pan-African Parliament doesn't have legislative power, they cannot debate on the budget, which was very wrong, Your Excellency, very wrong. Our consultative role, our advisory role, allow us to debate on that budget of the Union. Given that the budget is budget of the taxpayers needs transparency and accountability, it should come to the representatives of the people. So my question now, Your Excellency, can you advise your successors at least to come to Pan-African Parliament and table the budget to the Parliament to debate? I thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. I think we've come to the, what I may call the end.
Excellency, you are forgetting about me.
Oh, by the way, you are late comer, please do it under 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. My intervention will be very short, and I would like to thank the chairperson of AUC and his deputy. I want to speak on the decline of Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism will be simply declined because the leaders of the continent are not Pan-Africanist oriented. Most of the leaders who are heads of states, they have no commitment to Pan-Africanism. So it will be very difficult to sell the idea to the grassroots. Your Excellency, the diaspora, I want to ask the chairperson of AUC, the diaspora has been recognized as the 6th region of AU. Why is it that they are not still represented in this house? And it's high time we recognize these people as the members of this continent. One reason of the order, they were taken from us, which nobody appreciated. History will never forgive anybody who contributed to the taking of our own siblings who are elsewhere. Now they want to come home and be part of us. So they need to be reintegrated. And these are the people who can make this continent to move because they have the expertise, they have the resource, they have the energy. So Africa can be only for Africans, both at home and those in diaspora. So time has come to fulfill the prophecy made by Marcus Messiah Garvey, that we must return to our homeland, that is Africa. Africa for Africans. Thank you.
Thank you. We have how many minutes before 1? I was about quarter to, about 15, 14 minutes. The deputy chairperson will take about 10 minutes or more. I just want to say to the deputy chairperson, Your Excellency, this house in September made a proposal that since one of our functions as PAP is to promote deepened democracy on the continent and ensure a culture of democracy. I'm actually quoting from the rules on the protocol. Made a proposal that why don't we have the candidates for the AUC chairmanship of those who are aspiring to be chair of the African Commission to come to PAP at one of the sittings before the elections, to come and present here. We go live, and then the continent can see who these people are and of what capacity. Can you relay that to the chairperson and say, can we be given an opportunity to invite these people to PAP before February at any sitting so that, they speak to the continent and the citizens. Then the other is the issue of violations of the protocol by the AU or AUC itself. We are aware that in the case of PAP, when there is only some perception of violation of protocol. We hear very loud voices in Addis about PAP violating this and that. But for example, the union is violating Article 10 of the Pan-African Parliament, which says the Pan-African parliamentarians shall be paid an allowance to meet their expenses in the discharge of their duties. Since 2019, there's been no allowance paid to members of PAP. And some exercise was undertaken in Addis, where PAP was excluded in violation of Article 10 of the protocol establishing Pan-African Parliament. I know this has been mentioned, but I want to mention that it's actually Article 11(2) under functions and powers of the Pan-African Parliament. It says one of the functional powers is to discuss the budget of PAP and the budget of the AU and make recommendations thereon prior to its approval by the Assembly. It's in the protocol, but the AU is ignoring this. And again, these are violations. So when the violations are done in Addis, they are inconsequential. Then the protocol says, under Article 11, again, functions and powers, it says PAP can request officials of the AU and other organs to attend its sessions, produce documents, or assist in the discharge of their duties. Currently, commissioners generally 80% or 90% of the requests, nobody comes to PAP. Maybe I'll stop here and I can now give you the opportunity to respond to issues raised during the debate. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and Your Excellencies, honorable members of PAP. Your Excellency, years included, we have 22 interventions. And some came back to similar topics, and you will just bear with me if maybe by addressing one member of parliament, I may also have addressed some of the issues raised by the others. But I have taken extensive notes of your comments, your questions, your wise observations, and actually even your demanding accountability, including your last question, Chair, Mr. President, on what if also the African Union Commission and other organs also violated the protocol on PAP. Let me, by the way, start by that and really confess that we are here on a learning curve. Like the chairperson mentioned, it has been so unfortunate that in my term, 4 years, part of it or majority part of it was in a situation where we couldn't really have this very vital and very fulfilling exchange with members of the PAP. But that is behind us. And we thank God that we have overcome, like Chairperson has mentioned, and we are moving forward. We will make sure, for sure, that we keep improving. That, by the way, includes also our notes, our handover notes to the incoming commission. I will come back to it later, but I wish we could have started indeed these engagements earlier because they are really full of substance, and also it's mandatory and statutory to do so. Let me also comment or try to answer to some of the concerns about finance. and the state of contributions. Generally, several members have raised this. I'll maybe elaborate more to tell you that member states' contributions, or the 55, have been really improved. We are seeing that 80% of contributions due are paid on time within the same fiscal year, although some are not paid in January. We should actually have payment in January so that our budget running from January to December, we don't struggle in the first month of the year. But unfortunately, we find that sometimes member states rush to pay just the minimum that is required not to be sanctioned. We have a sanctions regime that apply to member states that delay to pay their contributions, and that is helping. But we mostly see, like you see in the detailed report, most payments are done towards summit of February and also summit media coordination of July, but most of the time not in full even, just what it needs to not get the country into sanctions. But we have seen that improvement over the last 5 years from 68% to 88%. We have arrears today standing at $53 million. And to tell you how also this situation can be challenging, 85% of it is just from one country, which country is unfortunately under difficult times and also under sanctions in addition. Countries that have adopted the 0.2, we have actually 3 regions where we have experience: the Western Africa region, the Eastern Africa region, and the Central Africa region, but not all of the countries. Like in Western Africa, we have 9 countries that have adopted this decision. These are Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Sierra Leone, Gambia, Benin, Guinea, Mali, and Togo. In East, we have 4, Kenya, Rwanda, Sudan, and Djibouti. In Central, we have 4 again, Congo, Cameroon, Gabon, and Chad. But in the Southern region, Northern region, we don't have experience of 0.2% levy being domesticated. And we really still need to push for the 38 total member states that have not yet domesticated. And I'll come back to this as to reasons as to why, because some members have also asked that question, why we are seeing a low uptake of this 0.2% levy. Challenges have been many. There is, to start with, a particular country that has put reservation from the day-go, but for the remaining others, challenges have been cited as follows. For a group of countries like the island countries, who depend on tourism, have tax regimes that are not even taxing imports and whatever, they have put a challenge that this is not even practical, because the 0.2% of what they will collect would be meaningful anyway. So maybe a reflection needed to see there be another alternative of a base to levy the 0.2%, which is not necessarily the eligible imports. That is one group country, including countries like Mauritius, for instance. Then we have had another category of countries that cite the challenges with the WTO, World Trade Organization, and the incompatibility of this instrument with the GATT provisions, which is a challenge, but also which is a challenge that can be overcome, because now we have a free trade area, FCFTA, and under an FCTA, having a regional trade agreement, you can always have a way of not being bound. But maybe some issues also concern some bilateral trade agreements that these countries might be having with other countries, which will invoke then the most favored nation clause and so on and so forth. So that has been another category of challenges. Really that are related to WTO, World Trade Organization's rules. But we have also seen other categories of challenges, namely technical issues. Countries, some countries, like South Africa, for instance, they have cited that, this provision is not in line with their constitution, that they are not allowed to have such an instrument. So legal issues, technical complications or complexities have been also cited. We have seen also countries that, by the way, have domesticated, but in the implementation, they are even being challenged. And sometimes they even don't pay in full or in arrears, yet they have domesticated this instrument. Countries like, for instance, Chad and others, that sometimes it can be also technical issues of managing an escrow account, creating a linkage between the tax authorities and the central bank, where the money should be collected into an account, and then the remitting channels and so on and so forth. So there is a number of situations we have analyzed and studied, which indeed, as a strategy, we will go case by case, engaging particular authorities. There is also loss of, I would say, institutional memory, and we need really to bring this decision on the table of the current administrations in the countries, and involve also the regulators, especially the customs and the central banks and the other the parliaments, so that really this engagement is deepened. We have been reaching out to regional economic communities like ECOWAS, like ECAS. We are planning to go there, ESC, to see how, to the point of one member who mentioned the ECAS. I'll get to that later, but let me mention it now while I'm on that 0.2% heavy issue. That actually, ECOWAS, they have a practice of levying. ECAS, they have a practice of levying. Why don't we just top on it? That is 0.2% that should accrue to the African Union. Technically, it's feasible. So we are really bringing this aggressively on the table. We are engaging with the ministers of finance as much as possible, but we need, and like one member you mentioned or more, the PAP is so critical and instrumental in really winning this battle of engagement, and also of seeing to the specific details of what it means for a particular jurisdiction to domesticate this and to implement it. And if there are any variants to it that can achieve the same purpose, then let also that be done. So that's for the 0.2% levy. That's what is going on. Now, while I'm still on the issue of finance, we have a sanctions regime that is working, that has categories, layers of gravity, like when you are still in arrears, maybe delayed by 6 months, then by 12 months, then by more, your sanctions keep increasing, and that sanction regime on countries is really helping, but some countries just can't afford not to be sanctioned because of circumstances, unfortunately. Then, in the interest of time, let me rush to the questions around accountability, because that is another theme that you rightly so raised. On this theme of accountability, let me start by saying that indeed, as African Union, in its organs, including the policy organs like the Executive Council and the Assembly, and then other organs like the PRC and the Parliament and others, we are all in this issue of really making the African Union project work. And in addition to really that Pan-Africanist spirit, which we should continue emphasize across, including even across the staff of the union, and also the ambassadors, permanent representatives here in Addis, and everywhere. That's really something that we need to continue working on. But there is also a reality we need to know. This your commission, in matters of deciding on this budget and budget allocations and appropriations, its powers are limited. We've had over the couple of years to engage with PAP to try and advocate for it. Luckily, we managed to get a supplementary budget, but it's always a tug of war. And the challenges are systemic. They are systemic in a way that, to start with, of course, member states are at the core of everything, because they are the ones who would decide what to do, how much to allocate, and which instruments to ratify, what decisions of reform to implement. And it always comes back to our member states, who are, in other words, you as members of parliament, being part of that community called member states. So within each member state, again, PAP is very, very important to help really this whole system work. And accountability also checked within the AU and also within the country on how member states' responsibilities also can be working towards really making this union work. The issues of budget, according to the financial rules we have today, unfortunately, we don't have yet that legislative role in PAP. But to your point, President, even consultative, that one, at least in my term, which is now coming to an end after 4 years, we haven't done that. And it's unfortunate that that has not been done. And that a legal opinion was mentioned that was kind of advising against, and also the whole process being not even in the hands of the commission. I remember there was a time I was fighting with the members of the PRC, saying, me as the deputy chairperson, I've been voted by the heads of state just to be accountable on issues of finance. How can not be a DCP who is technically like a finance minister for the union is not presenting to the executive council, and then the submission on budget goes through the PRs, and they are the ones who are presenting to the executive council. I raised that anomaly, and I don't know how many attacks I got in terms of, this is it. We don't, that's how we've been doing it. We should keep doing this. So it's really a challenge that we have, maybe taking the opportunity of the reform to really streamline and clarify that really some of these roles and the segregation of duties and accountability, really, it's very, very important that we look at these issues and the role of Parliament and on demanding accountability and on monitoring, as I mentioned in the key roles, really being upheld at whatever cost that we there is no cost even in my view. So it's something that we are going to pursue. We are working with the champion on reforms to some of the ideas we have in mind are really to make sure that this is rehabilitated, because it will bring sanity to the system and also accountability to the citizens. On another topic that has been raised on support to PAP, I think, like Chairperson mentioned, really we've always advocated for our oversight institutions to be adequately provided so that we don't be seen as we are stifling their role. Unfortunately, we have a challenge whereby member states have capped the budget, member states' contributions to only $200 million for almost the last 3 years or so. My first year was 205, then it reduced to 203, and then now to 200, period. And this is the budget you have to run the union. Operations, yes, we cover, but then programs, it remains with 9% for next year. Just because of that, even the 0.2% levy is not going to help if we don't deal with this issue of capping, because the 0.2% levy in its design, it had been simulated to collect $1.2 billion every year across the union. And that was in 2016, which means even today it could even be more because our economies have grown. But the rationing is actually defeating the whole purpose. Even if we domesticate it, the 17 countries that have domesticated this instrument, they are only paying to the tune of what is assessed proportionately to those 200 million. They cannot pay more, but they're using the remaining for other needs. They can use it for whatever they want, as long as they have paid what is due to the union. So we need to unlock this capping, and which was imposed because of the challenges of COVID-19, but we need to sincerely revisit it. I don't see how we are going to continue survive on $200 million budget when we have a number of programs to implement, including supporting the PAP. That's why you're not getting enough in terms of money you need to do the programs. And how are we going to domesticate Agenda 2063? How are you going to sensitize and popularize it? How are we going to continue monitoring that countries are actually implementing and are reporting? It's going to be difficult. And then we are, yes, at the G20, but then we'll keep begging. And it will also defeat the purpose of even claiming the platform at the global scene. So that's where the chairperson actually was really kind of lamenting that situation, because it's so dire, and we need to do something about it collectively. So yes, the Commission, as the executive arm, we are responsible, we are accountable to the tune of what we have in hands to manage, but then what we have in hands might not be enough. We are struggling in terms of reform, we are struggling in terms of staffing, we are struggling in terms of IT platforms and whatever, and these are limiting our potential to deliver as an organization. On the other side, we are also working on our internal weaknesses, as I mentioned, because we still have also issues of limited capacity of implementation. Sometimes we have audit issues here and there. the audit, we have a board of external auditors, which is member states. On that board of external auditors, there are offices of the auditors general in each country. There is a formula of countries coming to that board every number of years, and then they audit us. Luckily, we have been having a clean audit reports on our financial reports, but with really a number of audit findings, especially in terms of some of the compliance areas. But fiduciary, we have had unqualified reports for all the period I've been around here, which at least testifies to the good stewardship of the money. But the value for money, we still have an issue, which needs everyone in the checks and balance, including the parliament, PAP, to also chip in and try and really make everyone accountable. PAP also included as an organ. I liked the idea of one honorable. Vous avez proposé une idée.
You have suggested a new idea, that is to see how through the sports we could take some levy in order to support the contributions to the union. I fully agree. The speaker switched to English.
To see, in addition to the 0.2%, if it's struggling, could there be any other means? And I hope that one day we'll get there. There was another issue that was raised. Especially, I must respond to this from the honorable from Kenya, because you asked it. You posed this question really, we genuinely challenging us as a commission that you don't see actually us come to account. We don't even show up. And also many other members, including the VP, Gayo, you mentioned this. I would start by saying that, you know, and it's repeating myself, that we are just getting started on consolidating this relationship with PAP. At least for the a number of engagements we have had personally, be it on Agenda 2063, be it on budget issues, and now, which is the first, I think, plenary I'm having like this, it's very, very important to strengthen this. And like I said, let's leave the history behind us. And now that we are really having a full house, properly now governed, we are going to demand this accountability. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to attend in person because of other assignments I was given here in Addis. But thank God we have these virtual means that are also allowing us to be fully engaging with you, even at a distance. But by no means this is not a statement that PAP is not important. To the contrary, if there is a partner I've been having in my function, is indeed PAP. On this idea of debate, for the new candidates for the new commission, I think it's a brilliant idea, in my view. There is normally in the procedure that was approved by an assembly a long time ago, a provision for a debate. And this debate historically has been conducted by an anchor journalist, and then, it's a broadcast live. And we are planning for it, but using that formula. Unfortunately, we didn't have that idea of also members coming to PAP, but I don't see why, if PAP invites or wants to hear out from them, then that should not be done. But we were working on that other debate, that is a public debate, which, of course, I'm going to feed back to the Commission chairperson and see if there is a way of also facilitating that engagement at PAP. There has been the question from the MP Sarawi on the non-in-person presentation. I have addressed it. Another one on the PAP independence and oversight. Let me say, of course, the chairperson mentioned it, that we really look forward to seeing our PAP fully embraced and the ratification of Malabo Protocol. Again, of course, there is an extent to which the chairperson, deputy chairperson can go in mobilizing all the member states to ratify this protocol. But ratification sits in the national parliaments. And again, here, that's where we rely on PAP really to unlock this protocol. Because once we have it, it will really cure a lot of challenges that we have mentioned. I mentioned issues on the sanctions. I also addressed the issue about PAP budget and resources. I continue to confirm that we need a strong partnership with PAP, and that's also something that we are going to put in our handover notes to our next commission, and continue to check and encourage, and it's not actually encourage, because we have to respond when you call us to come and present, because otherwise, how can you do monitoring and accountability? I agree with all of you. I see Honorable Jennifer and others who stressed that really we need to revive this Pan-Africanist spirit if we are even to address the issue of finance, because we have all it takes. And I keep saying that Africa is a powerhouse of solutions. Unfortunately, we are the last to know it, or to realize, or to be willing to harness that. I feel bad when I sit here and see how every one of our partners wants to have a part of us. But I wonder if it's always for good reasons, but we must come together. I don't see other way we are going to get it. Then, is there any other issue I haven't touched? The capping of the program to 200 million budget every year. That's the main reason we are seeing the program budget decline. Because once you have a cap, and then you have all the operational costs increasing because we are creating new institutions and we are having staff, they are increasing in grads, we have even reformed. So it's like now almost hitting the cap. And only 9% is remaining for programs and 0% for peace support operations. So if we don't lift this cap, then we are going to even have like 0 to programs if we don't be careful. So that's what we are saying, that we need really to elevate this advocacy within our member states. On the 0.2, I tackled the challenges that we face. On the role of PAP, that's from another honorable my sister from Kenya. We really, on issues of transparency and accountability, I think that's I have already tackled it, agreeing that really we owe this. what I must confess is that even though we don't have yet the ratification of Malabo Protocol, nothing should prevent us from, at least on consultative and advisory basis, doing it. So that's what we are going to start with the framework, budget framework paper for 2026, which is going to be the foundational document for budget 2026, which we are actually starting to work on. So it will be ultimately going to be approved in July 2025. I won't be there, hopefully, eventually, but the process is starting now while I'm sitting here. And I promise that we are going to engage on the process of 2026 budget. On there is Honorable Costa who raised, advocated for the situation in Mozambique. I'm sure that our team in PAPS, Department of Political Affairs and Peace and Security, they are on it, I'm sure. Honorable Washila, I wish to really suggest that if you thought that you have sidelined the PAP, please don't, because the challenges, the budgetary challenges PAP has faced, your bureau, your president knows so well that these are challenges felt everywhere, across the organs, across the agencies. And we've really fought the fight of having PAP at least have the minimum means to survive, which I'm glad that we managed finally to have a supplementary budget, which was not an easy thing to do. But because of your efforts, I was seeing how your bureau members were lobbying during Accra media coordination meetings. You did a good job, and together we have really made a point to member states approving a supplementary budget, which is even allowing this sitting. So it's not the issue of sidelining, but it's just the issue of the cake that is really being this small, and everyone is kind of really having challenges in terms of our budget. So know that, rest assured that you have an advocate within the structure of budget approvals at any given time. We will continue to do so. Yes, the Honorable from Gambia, the audit reports, you're right. I haven't seen any audit report being presented. Yet we have these audits. By the way, we even have issues of being over-audited to the point that it's even creating the impression that, you know, there are recurring issues just because also audits function needs to be put in order. As a matter of fact, in Accra in July this year, the chairperson, feeling that member states think that maybe there is something going wrong with us utilizing their money, requested that he's going to present the status on audit implementation, because looking at what we have in terms of audits, the improvements that have gone in place, and the perception that is still out there in the statements of our ambassadors here and our ministers, sometimes you feel like there is the need to make what is like mise au point on the situation. What is the real situation? What are the real issues? Because some of the issues that are even recurring are issues that demand that member states do A, B, C, D, because it has been decided, but then the implementation has not followed, and then creating challenges. This we have seen in terms of reforms implementation, for instance, in terms of challenges of understaffing that are also creating difficulties when you have to implement and to also ensure that you have compliance throughout. But indeed, there is a point in also why we are considering budget consultations, also audit reports. I don't see why the Board of External Auditors cannot be also someone to come and present what they have seen on the different arms of the union in terms of this. So we'll suggest that be, and we'll collaborate to schedule that in due course. C'est qui, c'est l'honorable?
I think it's Honorable Barakati. You have wished that that members of PAP get more information on the process of reform. I do fully agree with you. And here I think that in cooperation with the head of the reform unit, Professor Muboko, and also the chair of the Bureau, the Office of the Champion, we will see to it that you be consulted or that the consultations carry on since they have already started. The speaker is switching to English.
Honorable Vice-Président, je pense.
The Honorable Vice President, I think that I have already responded to your question. As concerns the 0.2% of levy. English.
Je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous.
I do fully agree with you as concerns the idea that the idea of the unity and the African Union, we should move forward and also see to it that this be a union of peoples. Integration, economic integration is something which is essential, and I think that with the AFCFTA we are on the right path. And on economic issues, unfortunately, we have registered some delay as concerns financial institutions, which we wanted. We will have a ministerial meeting, which we call STC, and of ministers of finance, development, and planning, and other sectors in order to see how to move forward on this point. This meeting will take place in Algeria during November, and I think that we will keep moving forward on this issue of economic integration.
3.5 million raised by PAP. So the issue here is, and thank you, Vice President Gayo, for raising this. This is the issue of rules. You know very well as members of parliament in your own national parliaments, it is parliament that does appropriation. And even if the Minister of Finance mobilizes resources from wherever, once it has not been appropriated, you are not legally authorized to tap it. That's exactly what happened with the 3.5 million. The only way out was to come through a supplementary budget and budget revision session and get it on board to be appropriated. So otherwise, according to the rules that we have, there is no other way we can do it. For other institutions like the UN, they only have a voted budget on operational, member states assess contributions, but when they raise money from other partners, they can go ahead and implement programs. But it's not yet the case with us. So if there is anything to change to accommodate it, then we'll have to reform and amend the financial rules before we get to that level. So that's what exactly happened. It's not because we were discouraging the PAP to mobilize resources. On the budget hearings and on a consultative and advisory basis, I think we agree on this. Diaspora. Diaspora is indeed very critical. Our sixth region. We are still, as a union, struggling to how do we also channel the voices of diaspora. Who is the diaspora? Because it can be everyone, but how do they get organized and how do they get represented? We are still struggling with that even within ECOSOC. We are coming up with guidelines that member states would approve on how to onboard the voices of the diaspora. As we speak, we are working on that file. It is similar to how the civil society organizations had been also an issue to know who comes and represent civil society of a country X in the ECOSOC. Member states want to always control and be at the bottom of it to make sure that, it is the right voices that are going to be speaking for the diaspora. So I hope that once we have done that, then it will give us a path to eventually, if PAP is reformed and its membership redefined through that process of institutional reform, this is one of the ideas we can suggest to the champion of reform also to consider going forward. Last but not least, from the chair, the president of the PAP, I took note of these articles you cited, which we are going indeed to see how to amend ourselves going forward. With that, thank you so much. I've been long, but it's not easy to attend to 22 interventions that I apologize if I missed one aspect of your intervention, your honorable members of the parliament. Apologies, just that maybe I couldn't cover everything in the short time allocated. Thank you.
You can hear the loud applause, Your Excellency. Once more, we want to salute both of you, the chair yourself, for the presentations and also the time you have spent to listen to the debates and respond. You are not the only AU official, so we can't put all the blame on an individual. It's an institution. It's an institution. Are you still there? Yes. Yeah, you are there. I would want to say thank you as I look at you. I want to thank you and inform the members that, yes, the relationship between PAP and the AUC was acrimonious, but it has improved a lot, very, very much. And the AUC, and particularly the vice chairperson in her capacity as head of finance and admin in the AU, supported PAP's budget requests, including the supplementary budget, and we attribute the success that we scored in the amounts allocated in supplementary to her office and her boss. And I want to thank you very much for that. We wish you were there next year again. Maybe the figures would go much higher. Unfortunately, we are leaving. But I want to close by saying, when you give notes to whoever is coming, this confusion about oversight and being legislative is an avoidance of the truth. oversight is not lawmaking. Oversight is not lawmaking. If you look at the protocol says, and if you see the protocol in our constitutions differ. In the national parliament, it says it's parliament which appropriates and approves budget. In the case of our protocol, it says we will consider and make recommendations to the assembly. And recommendations is part of advisory. So no, a real qualified lawyer cannot say advisory and consultative are inconsistent with considering a budget and making recommendations. And they say unless Malabo is finally ratified, whoever is coming, tell them that's an excuse. It's by people who don't want PAP. Otherwise, we want to thank you. I know you are late for other business. Meet you next time. You are still there up to February. So we look forward to more engagements anyway, up to February. Thank you very much. Nashukuru sana. Muito obrigado. Shukran. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Thank you. As you know, the Secretariat is there to continue advising that there was an oversight. We have some dignitaries, officials who arrived and then sat at the back. They were supposed to have been invited into the chamber. And that is the Madame Eva Grace Kavuma, Group Director General of Africa Risk Capacity Building. We apologize. Nobody noticed your arrival, but I can assure you that you are part of the chamber. As we come from lunch, we formally invite you to come into the chamber. We apologize for that omission. Madam Clerk, you have some announcements?
The announcement is that after this, the close of the adjournment of these proceedings, there'll be lunch served in the foyer for MPs, and the President will invite his special guests to the presidential boardroom for lunch in the main building. Thank you.
Like yesterday?
Yes.
Same format, same people? Is it? Thank you. We meet, I think, at 2:30. Let's adjourn now, and we resume 2:30. Thank you very much.
How are you? What is your name? From which
Then we start point 4. Because this one is wrong. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Good afternoon. Good after lunch. Thank you. We can resume our proceedings. We have 3 presentations, is it? This afternoon? I'm told we have 5 presentations this afternoon. They've now changed to 4. They've now changed to 4. But before we proceed, honorable members, pursuant to the provision of Rule 38(1) of the Rules of Procedure, I wish to invite into the chamber Mrs. Eva Grace Kavuma, the Group Director General of the Africa Risk Capacity. Africa Risk Capacity. Mrs. Kavuma, please be escorted into the chamber. She is accompanied by Ms. Kofi Konin, head of, or is part of Africa Risk Capacity. Yes, I'm making this up. Okay. Yes. Yeah, so you're also welcome. Mr. Bright Mando, the legal advisor to the Africa Risk Capacity Building, and Babatunde Nyanda, I think it's Nyanda, EULA as an officer. I also invite Dr. Musingati Sipuka of AUDA, the Chief of Staff and the Acting Head of Science and Technology and Innovation. Are they here? Dr. Musingati Sipuka. Also, ambassadors, Dr. Mustafa Saka, the Principal Trade Officer, AUDA. May I also invite to participate virtually Ambassador Salah Siddiq Hamad from the AUC, representing Commissioner Bankole. Thank you. The first presentation this afternoon will be on the state. This is for the clerk. Is it not you? The state of human rights in Africa, a very popular topic. Okay, the state of human rights in Africa. I think this is a topic of great interest. And this will be delivered by the chairperson of the African Commission on Human Rights, Human and People's Rights, my usual brother and friend, Honorable Remy Ngoilumbu, will present virtually. Please connect him.
I am connected. Can I proceed?
Yes, you are connected, my brother. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable President Mr. Fortune Charumbira, for giving me the opportunity to have a dialogue with the honorable parliamentarians on the issue of state of human rights in Africa. Merci beaucoup. La situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique.
The situation of human rights in Africa is an important aspect that it's of concern to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. And every day and throughout its public sessions. So it is a real pleasure that I'm going to discuss with the honorable members of parliament in order to come up with some recommendations from the standpoint of the representatives of the population of the peoples of Africa. And as it is the custom, we will actually present positive aspects because there are positive aspects on the continent before we wrap up with the negative aspects. Among the positive aspects on the continent, without doubt, there's the establishment of the free trade area in the continent, which is going to have an impact on human rights on the continent. Even if we know that these areas have ambitions to set up a free trade area on our continent, but with economies that are not at all integrated. I can only give you one example. Despite this free trade area, today you cannot use a SIM card from any telephone operator, not to mention any names, from one country to another. You have to put that in your pocket and then change the SIM card in another country to continue to communicate. The same thing applies to the bank cards. Even if the banks are the same, even if the telephone operators are the same, you still, when you change countries, you also have to change equipment. That's not the Africa that we want. The issue of mobilizing African youth against bad governance, today's Africa is no longer yesterday's Africa. The young people are now vigilant with the new information and communications technology, and government has to be careful about these young people. So another positive aspect, the African Union has adopted the protocol to the African Charter on the rights of the citizen on social protection. Africa doesn't have a very good social protection system, and the aim of this is to help MPs to imagine or to design a social security system. So the protocol that was adopted recently on the education of statelessness in African countries, the Africa of Ubuntu, the Africa of the Ubuntu philosophy that we are still living in Africa, where people do not have land to live, we do not have nationality. So in this slide, I would like to thank the PAP, because I heard during the opening ceremony, the president mentioned that they had been to Cote d'Ivoire and they did an advocacy on a few number of protocols, including that of social protection, and the two protocols that we recently adopted on the elderly persons and people living with disabilities. I'd like to thank PAP for this. On the continent, there is a tendency to abolish the death penalty. It is to be encouraged, and I'd like to invite MPs to work in their respective countries. Despite the different cultures, despite the security issues, we feel that life is a plate in which we have to include all other rights. Once there's no life, there's no human rights. That's why we laud this initiative to abolish the death penalty. We also like to laud the prohibition. We cannot hear the speaker anymore. No. Yes, we can hear him now. So, in time, I'd like to quickly mention the consent. If Africa is green in one area, Africa is green, but there are also red areas. There are areas where things are not moving that well. There is security situation that leads to the gross violation of human rights, war crimes, displacement of the people, food insecurity, health insecurity in many countries that you are well aware of. The most recent crisis, that of Sudan, but we also have old crises that are persisting. For example, the DRC in the northern part of Cameroon, just to name just those two. I am not forgetting the crisis that is in the Sahel area. We also have the Sudan, East Somalia. Let's not forget Ethiopia is not yet over in the Amara region, as well as other countries. We have minor crises, but that require demands us to pay attention. We have inter-community conflicts in Africa, which are also persistent. Conflicts between farmers most of the time. We need to prepare ourselves for the war or the battle of arable land, of war. There are countries which don't have water, and so we have a major war to wage on the green economy, the war on the arable land, and on the blue economy, everything that concerns water. We also have anti-constitutional change of government. It all depends on the perspective which you look at it. But the Commission looks at it on the aspect of democracy and good governance, and we always recall that because we are in the same family of the African Union, Gabon, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, who are countries that are under sanctions in South Africa. Sexual violence, gender-based discrimination, the low participation of women, gender-based discrimination. There's a lot to say in many countries. Repression against this population that is known as homosexuals in the African Union. The Commissioner, we always say that the African Charter does not recognize that right, but the Charter requests that states not to discriminate on part of their population for the simple reason that these people have a different orientation. Do we have other concerns that we can include on this? But since the time is of the essence, we can mention a few. The freedom of expression, which is quite a problem in many countries. Meeting has become a problem in so many countries. There's arbitrary arrests in countries, the use of force against protest, and what kind of force? Disproportionate force against people who only have their hands and their feet and their mouths to protest. We'll also never forget the issue of the migrants in the Mediterranean. Every day, migrants change their route because it's difficult to, increasingly getting difficult to get to Europe. Going through the Iron Curtain, from Morocco to Algeria and Egypt, and people are now taking a different route through the Atlantic Ocean, and the crises are increasing every day. And the reports that we receive is not encouraging for African states at all. Well, we in the Commission, that's of concern to us. I have another issue I'd like to share with you. I don't think I can be contradicted on it. The increase in the number of prisoners, it's a shame in all countries that we visit in the promotion mission, the prisons are overflowing. We know that in the days ahead, people will keep increasing the number of prisoners will keep increasing. In DRC, they released about 1,500 prisoners. Egypt did that as well, and other countries. But that is not enough. That is not enough, because we require a good prison policy. We need to also build new prisons. So I would like you to end with these concerns. We also talked about some elements that of concern to the African Union. In addition to the low ratification of protocols, there's also low implementation of decisions. So many organs of the African Union is about 2 or 3%. It's a shame for the continent, because this is so many millions of dollars are mobilized to develop policies, but there's a very low implementation, and this is disappointing. We also have issues with the independence of the judiciary. I'd like to end with the issue of concerns. I underscore what we call in the Commission the democracy of facet. The people have lost all confidence, all trust in the electoral, independent electoral commission, because in most cases, these independent commissions they are supposed to actually play an intermediary between the majority and the opposition. But we know that tomorrow we have a democracy of facet. Most independent electoral commissions have actually failed in their missions. So what are the priorities that we have? We would have loved that together with you as institutions in charge of protecting and promoting human rights. We have to deal with issues of conflicts, governance, what you Anglophones call accountability, because Africa is like a no man's land and nobody actually is accountable to anybody. So we want an electoral commission that is transparent. Africa has to live need an economic independence, and we need also a strong society that is free and independent, that can play its role as a counterweight against national institutions when they cannot fulfill their missions, which are the state missions in implementing their obligations. Without an independent civil society, we think that Africa for tomorrow is not what the Africa that we're working for today. Without independent civil society, we cannot check the national authorities and Africa. And the major issue is Agenda 2063. And we are already, the President, remember, when we adopted the last plan, the second plan of for implementing the next decade, in which we find ourselves already, we actually denounced so many weaknesses in the implementation of this agenda. And one of the weaknesses was that the agenda itself and its implementation plan did not take into account human rights. We openly said that that before the authorities, the competent authorities of the African Union, was the general economy of the situation, the state of human rights in Africa.
Very much for your attention. I am at your disposal. If you have some questions, I want to respond so that you can continue to deliver in your agenda as per practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for that incisive. Are you available the next 30 minutes or 20?
I can stay with you for the 30 minutes to come so that I can take questions.
We wanted to invite the next virtual presentation on peace and security, which in some cases overlaps with human rights, so that then the debate will be conducted once the two have been presented. So I can invite the next presenter on peace and security, and then we have the debate, and the debate will also cover human rights. Merci beaucoup. Can we now move to the presentation by our brother representing the Ambassador Bankole, Ambassador Salah Ahmad, to present on behalf of the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security.
Thank you very much indeed, Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, Vice Presidents, Your Excellencies, honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. I bring you greetings from His Excellency, Ambassador Bankole Adoyi, the African Union Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security. I have been requested by His Excellency to share with you, honorable members, a presentation on the African governance architecture known as AGA and the African Peace and Security architecture known as APSA, and how the Pan-African Parliament, as the center organ for legislative matters and also for citizen participation, can lead some of the aspects of both the AGA and the APSA. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, that the APSA was almost born the same time that the African Union was transformed from the Organization of African Unity to the African Union. The APSA is evolving around the Peace and Security Council, but also there are some other elements, as we all know, including the protocol establishing the Peace and Security Council, as well as the African Union Post-Conflict and Reconstruction Policy Framework. Some of the institutional mechanisms that represent the APSA includes the Peace and Security Council, the regional economic communities, the continental early warning systems, the African Standby Force, the Panel of the Wise, and the Peace Fund. For the AGA, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of normative frameworks that includes the entire set of the African shared values and instruments, such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, known as ACDEC, and there's a number of protocols to all of this, to many of these treaties that I have just mentioned. In terms of the institutional mechanisms, the AGA includes the Peace and Security Council, the African Union Commission, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the African Court on Human and People's Rights, the Pan-African Parliament, APRM, ECOSOC, the AU Advisory Board on Against Corruption, the African Committee of Experts on the Right and Welfare of the Child, the African Union Commission of International Law, the AUDA-NIPAD, as well as the 8 RECs that are recognized by the African Union. The AGA, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, focuses mainly on the promotion of good governance, democracy, rule of law, as preventive measures to prevent conflicts from emerging or from erupting on the continent. However, the ABSA is mainly to manage conflicts after erupting and also to address root causes of conflicts in order to also prevent these conflicts from happening once more. That is why the AGA and the ABSA, they share so many cross-cutting issues when it comes to the promotion of good governance, democracy, rule of law, as well as the prevention of violations and conflicts that leads to the violations of human rights. How the AGA and the ABSA function, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we all know that the ABSA function through the Peace and Security Council, and the AGA function through the platform, the AGA-ABSA platform that bring all the members that I have mentioned earlier, including the Pan-African Parliament. Why there is really need for all of these stakeholders to work together and collectively to promote good governance and democracy, rule of law, and to promote and protect human and people's rights on the continent is simply because of the Constitutive Act of the African Union and the objective of the African Union, as well as the objectives of the Agenda 2063. That is why, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security requested that I should focus on the areas of cooperation that has been already in place or new areas of cooperation that could be addressed or could be facilitated in the future. Some of these areas of cooperation includes or focus on the African Union shared values and instruments in terms of ratification, domestic implementation and domestication and implementation, as well as reporting. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let's take, for example, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance. This is the contribution or the African contribution to the global jurisprudence when it comes to the promotion of democratic governance, rule of law, constitutionalism, and human rights. It's a unique treaty because this treaty, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, focuses on a number of issues that are quite important for the promotion of good governance, democracy, and rule of law. Let me name a few. One, the Charter focuses on the promotion of democracy, rule of law, and human rights through the participation or the popular participation of African citizenry. The Charter promotes the culture of democracy and peace through accountability, socio-political and economic rights, enlarging civic space as well as civic education. The Charter also, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, promote democratic institutions through enhancing and strengthening the capacity of public institutions at the national level. The Charter also promotes democratic elections based on regular, transparent, free, and fair elections that is conducted by independent electoral management bodies, supported by rules and regulations that are enacted at the national parliament, at the level of the national parliaments. The Charter also proposes and recommends sanctions in the case of unconstitutional changes of government when this happen in a member state. The Charter also focuses on the promotion of the political, economic, and social governance where the well-being and the welfare of the African citizen is taken into consideration by the leaders and the government officials. This Charter, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, currently has 39 ratification from 55 African member states. But only 2 member states came forward and submitted a report on the implementation, on the domestication and implementation of this very important treaty, namely the Republic of Togo, or the Togolese Republic, and the Republic of Rwanda. Therefore, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security is inviting members of the Pan-African Parliament to work closely with the Peace and Security, with the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department, to make sure this charter is ratified by all 55 member states. This charter is domesticated, implemented, as well as reported on. The issue of reporting is quite important to ensure that all provisions of this charter have been implemented at the national level. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security also requested me to focus on 3 more issues. Number 1, the issue of the election observation in Africa, that there is need to enhance the collaboration that currently in existence between the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Commission, in particular the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department. This coordination and collaboration has been enhanced under the current leadership of the Pan-African Parliament, and we are looking for more enhancement and strengthening of this very important pillar, that is the monitoring of the election observation in African member states. In addition to that, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Commissioner for Political Affairs is also requesting the involvement of PAP in the revision of the reports that are submitted on the AGDAC in particular. Why? Because the mandate of the PAP, as we all know, covers a wider range of governance and democratic areas and objectives, and therefore PAP is most situated to lead the process as a member of the AGA-APSA platform to review the reports that are submitted by African member states. The third issue that the Commission also requested me to bring to the attention of this August body is the harmonization of the reporting process. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department, supported by all members of the AGA-APSA platform, began a process of harmonizing the reports on the African shared values and instruments, namely governance and human rights instruments. The reason for this harmonization is the fact that our member states, in many cases, they do complain of fatigue when it comes to reporting, or lack of capacity, whether it is financial or human resources. So therefore, the idea now is to come up with a format that will allow our member states to submit only one report. That report will include segments on human rights, segments on the rights of the child, the rights of women in Africa, and all of the other obligations that are supposed to be covered by the reporting by member states. Also, there's a proposal that will be addressed very soon, this month in South Africa, by members of the African Governance Platform to extend the period for submission of reports. So then member states will be able to have more time to submit full reports, but also intensive and detailed reports on the areas that would be covered with this single report that will be then shared with all members of the platform for investigation, verification, and for commenting and inputs. Last but not least, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to also communicate to this August body the wish of the Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security to work together on conducting advocacy missions on the ratification of the African Union shared values and instruments in member states, but also to work closely with the Pan-African Parliament on the aspect of information sharing with the wider African citizens and engagement with the youth and women in particular, and also for PARP to measure the progress made through self-assessment such as the APRM tools to make sure that the African member states are implementing the provisions of the African Union shared values instruments at the national level. PARP is also invited to work with the African Union and also other members of the African Governance Platform to identify challenges that are faced by our member states to promote good governance, democracy, rule of law, and to develop homegrown solutions to address these challenges. Last but not least, the Commission also wishes to invite the PARP to establish a stronger coordination and collaboration with all stakeholders, including the AU organs with human and governance mandate, AU institutions such as APRM and other NIPAD, but also the regional economic communities in order for the regional level to be connected with the continental level on the promotion of democracy, good governance, rule of law. I submit, Your Excellency. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Salah, another good friend of the President of Pan-African Parliament, and he can confirm later. So we can go into debate before we go to the next two presentations. Debate on the two presentations. I want to mention that this is 16 plus 9, 25, with about 33, 34. 33, 34, those who have registered to debate, but of course there are some duplications, so the number will be less than 30. There will be no extensions of time. So can you draft your notes? It's better to aim to finish within 2 minutes, so that if you get to 3 minutes, it's by accident. There are so many that have registered. So we'll not allow extensions. If we do, then we'll sit for 2 hours. Honorable Fashi Boutbik, Algeria. So you can debate any of the two presentations.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. مساء الخير للجميع كل الزملاء. أود أن أشكر السيد غيمي لومبو رئيس لجنة حقوق الإنسان، وبدوري كذلك أشكر سعادة السفير بانكولي على التدخلين. وأنا لدي في المحاضرتين، يعني سجلت، يعني عندي 4 دقائق.
Sorry, interpretation.
I have 2 interventions because the interpretation. Can you hear us? So I was saying that I have 2 interventions concerning the 2 presentations. I have 4 minutes. I'm going to be very succinct because I'm just going to make 1 intervention. I thank the PSC in Africa. I also want to congratulate Mr. Lambori for his presentation. which detailed human rights in Africa. We all know that there are many factors that impact human rights, especially human rights conflicts. It's very difficult for many people to enjoy their economic and social rights. There is a cost of living crisis, especially after COVID, and many populations have been displaced, especially in the Sahel, in the Sudan, many refugees, asylum seekers, and also children as well, women and children, and impunity. The question is, how do we face these challenges? How do we face the challenge of impunity so that we put an end to this situation, especially of people who want to violate the human rights of others? And so we also need to assess the African Human Rights Registry to see the cases of best practices. I'm also talking about the case of the Pan-African Parliament, which is asking what is its mandate and how does it fulfill its mandate, and where the debates regarding aspects of human rights. When we talk about just 2 minutes to talk about human rights, that is very little. Today also I'm talking about attacks and assassinations and abusive behavior that we witness in the Sahel, and we also see the right to association that is really not respected. So where is the justice? And in this continent, which has so many militants and so on, where is the human rights and the justice in all of that?
The numbers.
Please.
If we extend the time, we'll take 4 hours.
عندي تدخلين.
Okay, you'll be an exception. Only you.
2 interventions. 2.
Okay, 1 minute.
وبالتالي أنا أتكلم على التضامن مع.
So obviously, out of solidarity to the fight against colonization, we have to work seriously because we have a glorious history, and we need to work on socio-economic rights, the rights of refugees, the rights of minors, the right to have one's case heard in court, the right to all international treaties, and also today, especially the case of Western Sahara, where resolutions of the United Nations have not been applied as they should. We will not be allow our continent to be dragged in different directions by different global forces. We also have to share our solidarity with the Palestinian people and condemn the crimes that have been committed in Gaza. And so we also need to have a common position because Africa really shares these ideals.
So the rest are now prepared for 3 minutes or less. Honorable Kuchami, Nikos Fanyo, Benin.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for the quality of the 2 presentations. I have 3 concerns. There are 2 which are cross-cutting. The first one, what is today the value of democracy with the challenge of development given the insecurity aspects, and what can the African Union do to resolve this challenge? And the second one, obviously, is naturally with regards to the concern of collaboration. There is a kind of, there is a sense that the word collaboration, the collaboration of PAP and the Commission, there is a problem there. Concretely, we should sign an MOU with each commission with duties assigned, so that is published, so that they stop telling us that we are overlapping.
Let's take a leaf from him. Honorable Hamani loved Tunisia. Hamami loved Tunisia. Not in the chamber, is it? Honorable Mohamed Sagres, Algeria.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
My colleague has already asked questions, and there are a certain number of subjects that I wanted to talk about, but I see that the report that was presented to us by Mr. Remy about human rights, I think it raised all the conflicts and the challenges that exist in Africa, except one conflict, which is the Sahrawi one, and which is the last case of decolonization in the world. And it will be strange that we talk about human rights violations, and not talk about the violation of the human rights of the Sahrawi people. I think you have a different perspective on the situation, maybe a legalist perspective, I don't know, which may be different from that of the United Nations, because these issues have also been decided at the United Nations. The Sahrawi is a member state of the African Union, and so the fact that that has been ignored is unacceptable, and so we condemn it, and it shouldn't be repeated in future. If we talk about human rights, all the people who are victims of all violations should be mentioned, and no difference should be made between peoples. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Saidania Ahmed of Tunisia.
It isn't here.
Honorable Saidani Ahmed, Tunisia.
He's not here.
Not here. Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the opportunity to take the floor. So, Chairman, I wanted to focus on the presentation on the Charter. Now, the Article 45 of the Charter of the Commission sets out the mandate, and the mandate is basically promotion of people's and human rights, protection of people's and human rights in Africa, and interpretation of the Charter itself. Now, I listened to the report, and I thank you because your report is the one that you have written down. But, Chairman, a bit disappointed because I would have expected that you would probably be aware that Africa, from this parliament, we have divided it into 5 regions now, plus the diaspora region. And I thought that maybe you would tell us that you visited the northern region, and this is what you found out. You went to the eastern region, this is what you found out, and southern region, and so on. And the reason I'm raising this is because in Kenya, we had some developments which involved some street demonstrations. And there was a human rights organization that gave figures, and the government gave figures of people who were injured or lost their lives. And these figures were totally different. I thought
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Bawab Yosri, Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. شكرا لجميع الحضور.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, everybody. The question that I wanted to ask is why we choose this topic, state of human rights in Africa. Does it mean that, are we talking about the fact that it is better than in other continents, or is it the contrary, or what are the criteria that are used to assess the state of human rights in Africa? Is this based on norms adopted by superpowers and who try to have different sets of ideals when it comes to Africa, and others when it comes to their own affairs, and which they use to interfere in the affairs of other countries? We all remember, for example, the orange suits in Guantanamo. Cases of human trafficking that is happening in, especially in Gaza and in Lebanon, and how can these crimes be supported by superpowers? And there is total silence on that, and this requires deep reflection on our part, and it should lead us to adopt our own norms. And I want to inform the gentleman that North Africa has adopted a resolution that condemns what is happening in Lebanon and Gaza. And I also want our colleague from North Africa to read it.
Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Excellency President. I appreciate the presenter on the human rights. I believe the first fundamental human rights, the right to life, the right to life. And how can that be promoted in Africa? Mine is just a suggestion. Member states should identify the issues of the people in their countries and then start address using homegrown solutions from their own people, using them as trying to think together, come together and think on how they can solve their own problems. For example, if I give an example of Rwanda, one of the member states of AU, where in 1994, there was genocide against the Tutsi and the country was a failed state. What happened? There was many perpetrators, prisons were full. So there was instituted what we call the Gacaca courts. That means that since genocide was done communally, was done by masses, so who are called Inyangamugayo or people of integrity were elected, and they came together in villages, and then they started administering justice. And our president, His Excellency Paul Kagame, proudly put it this way, that this is an African solution to African problems. Also, not only that was solved, 1.2 million cases were judged and the courts were done, and it's in history, and communities were healed. There are many advantages that I cannot go in now. Also, there's what we
Thank you, Honorable Salek Abdurrahman Musa.
السلام عليكم سيد الرئيس، شكرا على إعطاء الكلمة.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the floor. The state of peace and security in Africa, and I've found that there are some gaps in this report, because this is a general report, a report that doesn't go into detail, that does not focus really on the status of peace and security in Africa. What has Africa done regarding all the issues and crises in Africa? These are multiple crises, I should say. I'll give you an example. The issue of West Sahara. What has we done? What has the Peace and Security Division done? What are the latest developments around the Troika and around the AU, around the United Nations? There's no detail in this report. We MPs do need details around these issues. In Mali, for example, in Congo, there's a lot of crisis, but this report does not give any detail. The only issue in the report is that it's very general. It does not provide any detail on any of the crises that Africa is facing. And as I said, there's the issue of Western Sahara that goes back 50 years. The Sahrawi population, its territory has been occupied for 50 years, and yet in that report, nothing is said about this. Thank you.
Honorable Joly and Kelly Jacques.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Honorable members of the PAP, I'd like to speak around the 2 points raised by the eminent members of the African institutions. First of all, I'd like to thank and congratulate the President of the Commission, Professor Remy Ngoïdougou, for his comment. I'd like to thank him on what he said yesterday about the situations around the right to education in the DRC, where the President launched the process of the free education to raise the number of children in school. I congratulate him for raising this point. Also, as our predecessor said, the Commission needs to improve its communication so that you are able to understand the work done around the issue of the rights, including, among others, the right to peace and security. And this brings me to the point that the other colleague raised. We complain a lot about the non-relevance of the work of the institutions. And this is the time to talk about the accountability principle now on the whole continent. We have continents in the north, in the center, in the east, and in the west.
Guys, Honorable Senior Ahmed El Keleli, Mrs.
شكرا سيد
Sahrawi.
الرئيس. شكرا سيد.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to also request the presenter. I'd like to ask the following question. I'm among the MPs who are the most, maybe in the PAP, the longest, and I realize that there's no difference between the report that has to present a different situation, an evaluation report. We need to make a difference between the evaluation and calling things by their names. so that everyone is aware of all the details regarding the crisis and the conflicts. Unfortunately, this not has been done. We don't know what's the difference between the crisis in Somalia and in Congo, in Western Sahara, where there's a lot of tensions. In fact, there's a lot of repetitions. A lot of resources are wasted, and we're looking at reports that have no yield for us. We cannot accept this approach, and this is part of the wastage of resources. That is one. Secondly, in fact, there's a sort of conspiration, maybe voluntary or not, I don't know, to neglect the oldest crisis in Africa, the oldest conflict in Africa. We have the protocols, the United Nations, and another one at the AU. It's a protocol of decolonization. There's a population that is massacred. People are detained in prisons. There's a region that is visited by only those who have sufficient money to have access to phosphate. It's a region that is not visited by people who human rights campaigners. So we have nepotism, favoritism there. There's a lot of problems there that have to be solved. We really need to work on the human rights based on all the principles and values that we defend for the return of peace and security, and also so that Africa is really liberated. Unfortunately, this is not done. We need to talk frankly. The report needs to be frank. We need to say to Morocco that violates there's a lot of people who are tortured, done by the Moroccans against Africans, and this is not said. In fact, there's an approach that we refuse. This is not allow for Africa to be liberated, no for the human rights to be defended. Thank you.
Honorable Senator, they misspell your name, so they Coadio. I just said Dr. Bettine. It's much easier. Dr. Bettine, Cote d'Ivoire. But please do not exceed 3 minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have two important topics here: the situation of human rights in Africa and the status of governance, peace and security. These are two themes that got me to make a reflection in 2009 when we were talking about democracy. In Africa, 80% of these situations are due. We are in a system of a democracy without any Democrats, and the result is what we're going through. The theme is many honorables have talked about it. We need to take stock of the situation currently in terms of governance, peace, and security. So we worked a few weeks ago with the chair of the Human Rights Commission, and I'd like to say that we have the pleasure to work with him. And he talked about the possibility of establishing or having an annual meeting so that this reflection can reach the Bureau. As regards the security situation, especially the future of the youth in Africa, because all these conflicts are harming the youth. Having taken stock of the situation, what do the various institutions of the AU, what are they doing to exert pressure so that decisions are made? What are we doing for Sudan, for Mozambique, for the DRC? We need strong action to be taken.
Honorable Sakata Tawab Gari, DRC Congo, DR Congo.
Honorable President, I have not requested the floor. I did in the morning, but not this afternoon. I think it was an error.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I want to thank the presenter. I want to talk about the issue of migrants. Migrants, as we know, are composed of mainly young people, both male and female. And as we know, this is a very important resource for the continent if they are well nurtured and supported by our governments. Some of the reasons why they look for opportunities elsewhere, particularly in the West, I think we've been told. One of them is lack of opportunities in their own countries, governance challenges in those countries, which also lead to discrimination and access to resources and other services. Recently, climate change has also been an issue that affects almost all the sectors of the economy. My reason for talking on this issue is that I think although the priorities that have been listed are many, I think that the main challenge or the main solution lies with the leadership and political will in resolving some of these issues that we are talking about. So I think that's where the focus should be, even though we also need to build institutions that deal with those specific issues. But political will and leadership is very important in the continent in resolving some of these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Baja Lamari, Mrs. Algeria.
I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I'm very sad regarding everything that's happening around humanity, all the crimes against humanity. We're talking about humanity. We're talking about human rights, but it's an issue that concerns me a lot. We do not need any speeches or to repeat what we've already said. We need decisions to be made and implemented. The Palestinian people are part of the humanity. Why should we watch them being massacred each evening? We need to hear the voice of Africa around this issue. We now hidden behind humanity. Western Sahara is part of humanity. It's part and parcel of the EU. What is your role regarding what's happening there? The Sahrawi people are suffering. They are humiliated. They are imprisoned. And everything that's done to them is watched by the EU. What are we going to do for humanity? It's a shame for Africa to look at all these crises. Western Africa is the Western Sahrawi is the last colony of Africa, and the resources of some African countries are being wasted continually. Who is responsible for the coups in Africa? That's the question I'm asking. Thank you.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I'll go right to the point. I'd like to request the President of the African Human Rights Commission I've heard the NGOs and the civil society speak. I heard them speak about in this chamber. I've noticed that there's a lot of human rights violations. But since I did not listen to all the declarations and all of the communications, I'd like to request, what are the points? What are the areas where they are the biggest human rights violations? Is it around the right to life, the right to education? So the areas where the human rights are the most infringed upon. I'd like to know where we're going to focus more as MPs. Regarding the representative of Professor Bankole, you said that you work around conflict prevention. I'd like to know, where have you succeeded in preventing conflicts? In what countries have you managed to do this? How did you do that? That could help us around parliamentary diplomacy that you could learn from.
Honorable Said Brahim Said Sahrawi, Republic.
شكرا سيد الرئيس على إتاحة.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to thank the speakers for all these very interesting points. We would have wished for this report to be. These are reports that we have not imported from outside. These are reports that are generated within. It would have been good for them to cover all the African issues. They should talk about all the crises. And yet, no word around the observation of human rights and is said about in Western Sahara, neither on the Troika, the work of the Troika for the conflict settlement. The office of the AU in the United Nations has been closed for 5 years, and no report raises this important detail. And yet it was a very important office. This report should have talked about the human rights observation, the missions of verification around this. We don't have any words on this. No, not a word talks about these verification missions around human rights, and yet these reports, African reports, very important ones, and yet they don't talk about our issues. Should we hear about Europeans and others talk about our issues? These reports do not talk about human rights in Africa. Everyone in Africa has to know about what's happening. Thank you.
Thank you, please. Let's have order. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ismail Samata, Somalia.
I will.
عندي يقول لنا تقارير معدلة من المكاتب.
Honorable Esther Mutoni Basarish.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute. I want to touch on the Africa Commission on Human Rights and People's Rights. Right now, in all the social media, the Director General of the National Financial Investigation Agency in Equatorial Guinea has been trending, Honorable Batalsa Angonga. And he's been trending because somebody leaked some videos, apparently 400 videos of him having intimate relationships with various women of various stature. And he comes out and says that all of those were AI generated. And I look at human rights and people's rights, and I feel that with the AI coming in, what is the Commission doing to ensure that they safeguard people's rights? Because here, a lot of rights are going to be affected if we don't have a way to deal with AI in our legislation. I also want to look at Africa as one voice, one people. We had the Gambia recently come out with a law that was going to make legal female genital mutilation, but then the parliament rejected it. I'm just praying that we do end up having legislative rights as the Pan-African Parliament, and in so doing, we'll be able to come up with more than model laws that can inform Africa on human rights. But I just wondered, what strength do all the protocols that you come up with have, and how can we help to make sure that where they are being breached, we are being told if it's our respective countries, so that we can also bring it out in our parliaments? Because the only way we're going to bring human rights is when we all work together and ensure that no rights are being breached. And we've got a lot of rights that are being breached across the continent, including our own country. And what I want to say is, when it comes to Sahel, we really have to look into it. We know we keep talking about Gaza, the Middle East, and what's going on there, but we also have to look at what's going on in our own continent. I think the issue of Sahel has been brought out so many times, and it's time that we give it attention, because otherwise we're a toothless bulldog. We talk and talk, but we're not doing anything about human rights. Let's start there. Let's ensure that the Africans that are neighboring Morocco are actually able to be having the rights that they deserve. It's been coming up over and over again, and we are doing nothing. So when we start talking about human rights, let's start there. Let's see, what is this commission going to be doing, and what have you done, and what are the penalties that you've put on Morocco, so that the people of Africa can stop being victimized in the manner that they've been, which is very inhumane, degrading, and does not reflect the face of Africa. When we look at the rights of women. Right now, we have a problem with femicide across the continent. We have teenage.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Now the floor goes to Honorable Swaibu. Honorable Swaibu from Gambia.
President, I thank all the presenters, since time is not there. I just want to talk about the youth dying in the Mediterranean. We all know that the reason for that is because of the unemployment and low incomes that our youth are experiencing, and they want progress. Honorable Speaker, we talk about dependence on external donors. I want to suggest that we prioritize our priorities as it is done in this document, in the human rights document. We have priorities, and then we tell the external donors, these are our priorities. And if they are going to intervene, these are the areas that we want them to intervene, so that when they intervene, it becomes a win-win situation. Not that they bring their own priorities to us, and then we'll have to follow those priorities just because of their interest. Honorable President, I want to also say that the issue of building prisons has been mentioned, but I want to say that it is not necessarily the answer to the human rights situations and other crimes that we are facing. That we need to deal with the root causes of issues, so that we don't have to put all these people in jail and we cannot even feed them. I have seen the issue in DR Congo, and it is appalling that all those people have been dying in those prisons, and they are being malnutrited there, and so on and so forth. So we need to really look at issues. Instead of building bigger prisons and newer prisons, it's better we deal with the root causes. Honorable Speaker, the issue of salary has come since I was a child. It has been an issue, and we need to deal with it as #1 priority for this parliament and this continent. On that note, I thank you for the time. Thank you.
Merci. Thank you, Honorable. You know that the text does not give you the right to speak in the place of somebody else. Next time, if there's an honorable who is absent, you cannot just replace him like that. I give the floor to Jagene from Rwanda. Diogene from Rwanda.
Merci, honorable.
Thank you, Honorable. I will speak about the National Commission of Human Rights, which was mentioned among the 10 priorities. I think with that commission, we need to request for it to be given a budget and be independent. It's the case of Rwanda. And each country should actually have one. And this way you could solve many problems through these 10 priorities. If the parliament of each country votes and grants a sufficient annual budget to each commission, and if they receive an annual report, like we do in Rwanda, the parliament could use this report to carry out some control actions by the parliament. If PAP can visit the National Commission's human rights, not to control them, but to rather take stock of how the work is being done. This could improve the work. So all that we have been given as priorities could be solved in 3 points: functioning and budget for reports, governance, and political will. If possible, PAP could organize some visits to these commissions to see what are the difficulties encountered. I thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Honorable.
I now give the floor to Honorable Pelagie from Rwanda.
Honorable Vice President.
Honorable Vice President, thank you for giving me the floor. I would like to go right into the heart of the matter and speak about the situation of women and the integration of women and the youth into the decision-making processes. The participation of women and the youth is not sufficient. We need to include them more in our decision-making processes and to afford them the opportunities they deserve. And we need to guarantee that this happens in all countries. And the decisions that we take in the future are going to determine their future and the future of the continent. And I also wanted to say that we must not forget people with disabilities. We need to listen to their issues, we need to listen to their concerns, and we need to include them in our decision-making processes. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Pelagie. I now give the floor to Honorable Abdallah from Djibouti. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the presenters for their presentations. I was expecting, when listening to the presentation on peace and security, I was expecting a report on the situation in the different countries across the continent, but unfortunately we didn't get that kind of detail. In terms of the situation in Sudan, we are looking at a catastrophic humanitarian situation in Sudan, and we have food insecurity and other forms of insecurity in the country. And currently, we are being supported in Sudan by external partners. During Ramadan, during the sacred month, we had many people who went without food altogether. And without assistance and without mediation, the arms will not be silenced, and efforts to end the crisis, which has been going on for the last 20 months, will not produce any results. If for anything, for humanitarian reasons, we need to potentially consider measures like sanctions to at least prevent access to the materials of war, to arms being supplied. And we would like to hear what the presenters have to say on the conflict in Sudan. In general, what we see is that the communication from the PAP, the information on our observation missions to Namibia, Mauritius, etc., the information is sent quite late. We don't often get the information in time, and I would like to correct this. Thank you very much, Honourable. I'd now like to give the floor to Honourable Ayman from Tunisia. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank the two presenters made by the Commissioner of the Commission for Human Rights. And we all are witnesses every day to what is happening in Gaza, Yemen, and elsewhere. And there is one particular one particular actor or intervener that is involved, and we need to speak out against the human rights violations that are taking place on a daily basis. And we need to take the rights of all citizens seriously. Do the people of Gaza and Yemen and other countries do not have the same rights as us? And no wonder many of these people turn to migration, to leaving their countries. And when we have migrants moving through various countries, they are often badly treated. It is so unfortunate that people have to leave their countries when there's so much wealth and so much in their own countries. We need to focus on the reasons for migration, preventing migration. We also have so many traffickers who traffic human beings, who traffic organs and other things. We need to fight against this. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. I would now like to give the floor to Honourable Mariam from Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I am very appreciative of the presentations on human rights in Africa, and I would like this to be an annual event. whether it's presentations made by the Commission on Human Rights or other institutions. We need to make this an annual event. And perhaps for the next meeting, we can request a more detailed report that goes into the details of each region and even to a country level so that we know exactly what is going on in the continent and we can include this in our lobbying efforts. We need to establish a barometer of human rights on the continent. Mr. Vice President, I would also like to ask the Commission to be a little braver. It is better to prevent human rights violations and to prevent conflict than to be reactive to them. We also need to address issues of homosexuality, of violence against women, and the abuse or violations of the rights of people living with disabilities. We need to address the issues of immigration, migration, and the violation of the rights of those people who are immigrating or migrating. We need to do all of this because we need to protect the rights of our African citizens. And now we need to ask what next after this report? What does the Commission now do after they have produced their report? Given the state of the human rights situation in the continent, we need to ask ourselves now, and we need to ask the Commission, what are they doing to help populations who are in countries where human rights are violated? Politicization of civilian life of society is a real thing, and I would like to know how the Commission is addressing this. And I would also like to mention the mobile telephone companies and the role that they play together with states in terms of cutting communication and preventing information from getting out. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Mariam. I now give the floor to Honourable Safia from Djibouti. Thank you, Mr. President, for the floor. I wanted to speak about human rights. Mr. Vice President, during the presentation, my attention was grabbed by a theme that is very close to my heart, and because it has to do with women. And we were talking about gender-based violence and female genital mutilation. Honorable Remy, it really makes me sad to see that on our continent we are still debating this issue. And I'm very sad to hear that there are so many countries that have not yet banned these practices that leave such painful scars for young women and women in general. It is a sad thing to note that female genital mutilation is allowed to be practiced in certain countries. It is not regulated, and sometimes it happens in complete anonymity without any protection for the woman in question. We have to do something about this. We have to make it a priority. And to those countries that have not passed legislation to ban this practice, I urge you to do so. And many illnesses like malaria, malnutrition, HIV, etc., are also diseases that we need to all fight against. They are preventable. And those countries that are not doing something to prevent this need to do so urgently. Thank you very much. This is our last speaker, and it is Honorable Denis Lyon from Benin. Thank you, Mr. President. My concern has already been addressed, and so I would like to thank you, and I'd like to help us save time, so I'm going to sit down. Thank you. Thank you very much to you, and if there are no further comments, we are going to close off the debate, and I would like to invite the chair of the African Commission for Human Rights to respond to the comments and questions. And I would like to also invite the Commissioner to respond to our two speakers. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for giving me this opportunity to respond to all these questions and comments raised by the honourable members. I have tried to take note of all of them, and there were about 26 questions. To be able to answer all of them properly, I would need at least 26 minutes, but I am going to try to take less time because I know that time is limited. Please go ahead, Commissioner, we're listening. Okay. So I'm going to try to be as quickly as possible. We have a meeting of the Commission for Human Rights tomorrow, and so I do need to prepare for that. What I did want to do is start off with the first question, and this was regarding concerns about the situation in Gaza, in Palestine. Many of the honourable members brought up their concerns for the Palestinian people. With regards to Palestine, I would like to say that the African Union is one of the few institutions that have taken a stand on an international scale. We have issued two press communiques condemning what is happening in Gaza, and I'm pleased to report that we have also recently adopted a resolution condemning all the violations of human rights in Gaza and by a state party that is violating the rights of the Palestinian people. So I think that you can be proud of the African Union Commission to have taken a stand. With regards to the Sahrawi Republic, Western Sahara, the African Union recognizes Western Sahara, and that we do defend the rights of Western Sahara, contrary to what some people may believe. I was one of the commissioners who was tasked to produce a report on Western Sahara, and it was about the non-execution of the decisions of the Council with regards to Western Sahara. So we produced a report and a request was made for further investigation. You can find a copy of this report and it is a report with regards to the execution or non-execution of the African Union, the heads of state. There are some issues that need to be resolved, but I ask the honourable members to please look at the reports, look at what the African Union have done. One of the members mentioned the Troika, and that is also in the report. In terms of the honourable member from Tunisia, who considers that we are absent, I would like to refer you to that report on Western Sahara and to what we have done. Other honourable members also brought up the issue of Sahrawi. We are not ignoring the situation, and we have been tasked with producing reports and investigating the level of execution of the decisions of the Council, and we have done that. Honourable Said Ali also brought up the same point. The Honourable from Kenya said that the Honourable was disappointed by the lack of detail in my report, and my answer to that is that the report was supposed to be a presentation. Unfortunately, we could not go into all the details, but I did speak about Kenya in my reports, and this morning we were about to adopt a resolution about Kenya, but we require a little bit more consultation with the civil society organizations in Kenya, and we are expecting in the following days that there will be a resolution that is passed on Kenya. With regards to the question by the Honourable from Tunisia, who asked why this title, The State of Human Rights in Africa. We are indeed presenting on human rights in Africa and what we can, what we have done and what we can do. And in terms of sanctions and what we are doing about sanctions imposed on countries like, for example, Zimbabwe, we are sympathetic with countries who are subject to unfair sanctions, and we have provided or tried to provide advice and support to these countries. But we also work and try to respect the values and the traditions of the African continent, as well as Articles 17 and 18 of the Charter. And I have taken note of what Honourable Jennifer has said about Rwanda. It is indeed an example to follow. And many countries are using the Achacha model. And I think that if other countries followed this example, including in countries like the DRC, it would help. It is a decision-making model that is very, very beneficial to resolve differences and conflicts. And once again, we spoke about Western Sahara, and I did not, I did indeed mention it. I didn't go into detail. And as I have mentioned earlier, there is a report, there is information on everything that we are doing with regards to human rights in Western Sahara and the Troika. And you, as honourable members, can also lobby, and you can also approach the Troika. Lobbying that we do in all the organs of the African Union can assist in the situation. And it will help the states to make the necessary decisions. I would like to thank my big brother from the Faculty of Law, Honourable Julius Ekeleli, for what he said about the business model of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And we have examined this, and we are indeed hard at work with regards to the Democratic Republic of Congo, and we are the first body to have condemned what is happening in the Democratic Republic of Congo. But I would like to congratulate the Democratic Republic of Congo, because since the charter was initiated, there has definitely been progress. And of course, we as the AU have a role to play in terms of peace and security. We have a role to alert the Peace and Security Council when there is a problem. And we have a role in terms of finding solutions and calling out human rights violations. Thank you to Honorable Simia. I am very grateful for what you said with regards to the situation in Sahrawi. And you said that we are violating the rights of the Sahrawi people. And I would like to refer you to, Honourable Member, to the reports that we have published, the investigations that we have done, and the decisions that we have presented 2 years ago to the PRC. And the PRC has copies of our reports, and we are waiting for the Troika to make a decision. And you all can lobby the Troika, and we all need to show solidarity and continue to observe the situation. In Western Sahara, there are several parameters that we need to take into consideration, and I can assure you that this institution has done that. I would like to thank the Honourable from Côte d'Ivoire for the suggestion that we continue to do the brainstorming and hold this as an annual event. We welcome the opportunity for dialogue. And between us and the Pan-African Parliament, there is already an MOU that exists. And the next Honourable handed over the floor. And we then listened to the Honourable Member, who said that our leaders sometimes are not showing the willingness to make the changes that we needed. The Honourable Marie from Algeria. I agree with you with regards to the Palestinian issue. I've already responded to that, and you will see in our final communique that we have adopted a resolution about Gaza and the crisis in Palestine. And you also came back to the issue of Western Sahara, and I have already spoken to that point, and I hope that I've responded to that issue now. Honourable Jean-Marie from Rwanda asked a question with some very clear points. He would like to have some specific details on human rights violation and where there are the most important or most serious human rights violations. We will look into that, and I can say on a general level, there is no country in Africa that has completely clean hands. Every country can do better with regards to human rights, and we need to keep an eye on the whole continent. And the next Honourable spoke about silence with regards to certain issues, and I can assure you that we are not keeping silent on any issues. We have to take the political, military, and other perspectives into consideration before pronouncing ourselves. And in terms of the Troika and Western Sahara, we have communicated with them. We need to actually put pressure on the Troika to give us the answers that we are all looking for. And you all know, as well as I do, that our commission is not going to be able to provide all the solutions for all the political and other problems that we have. We all need to work together. We all need to do our part on a diplomatic, on a political level. And we already I don't have an army to send into various countries. We all need to do what we can do within our mandate, and everybody else needs to play their part. I would love to be able to send people to Sudan, but I don't have the resources to send people, everyone. And who is going to help me with investigators to go to Sudan and to other countries to investigate human rights violations? And an honourable member brought up the issue of a famous personality who was splashed all over social media, and what we are doing in terms of AI to protect the rights of various people in the public eye, and how AI can affect human rights in general. We are looking into the issue, and we will try to provide answers in the future. To the Honourable Swaibu from Gambia, yes, we have too many people dying in the Mediterranean. And when we talk about migration, we talk about an issue that we have to provide answers for. We are observing and we are watching closely what is happening, and we are doing our best with regards to the issue of migration. The Honourable from Rwanda spoke about the National Commission for Human Rights. It is one of the few national commissions for human rights that we very happily welcome to our meetings, to visit us, and we really encourage other countries to establish the same type of commission, and we would welcome you too. I'm going to finish off very soon. Honourable Pelagie, in terms of including women and the youth more in our decision-making processes. Yes, we completely agree, and that is included in the Maputo Protocol. And we also need to include people with disabilities more into our decision-making processes. The youth and women are our future, and people living with disabilities must be heard and must be included as well. And the following speaker, I agree with everything that you've said about external forces coming in to help in terms of food insecurity and malnutrition. And we are also organizing missions to help Sudan. We will find ways to provide support, and there are other countries, Chad, Eritrea, Uganda, where we also need to go and investigate, observe the humanitarian situation. We also need to be able to recruit amongst ourselves to provide support for Sudan. And if we are not doing something currently, it is because of a lack of resources.
Actual lack of political support for us to accomplish our work, lack of financial resources to ensure us to carry out our mandate. Honorable Ayman, if I wrote down well, from Tunisia, thank you very much, Honorable, for your relevant question on the situation in Gaza and Palestine. I already answered this question. So why was it not mentioned in the presentation? Or I said I didn't say everything. The situation in Gaza is part of our agenda that we are executing, and I'll take leave but tomorrow in our final communique, you see that these commissioners who were sent by the head of state to take care of human rights are actually dealing with this issue. Honorable Mariam, that's the 24th question on the 26th from Cote d'Ivoire. Thank you very much. You need a bravery of the Commission for topical issues, homosexuality, gender violence, immigration, taking into account African traditional values. We are actually brave when dealing with all issues. In our Commission, there is no anathema. There is no taboo issue. I've already told you about the position of the stance of the Commission. I actually condemned Cote d'Ivoire for the campaign against. You know that a campaign against Ubi. I have done that. I've condemned that. But today, I can reassure you that we are working in compliance with the Charter. But we also ask that the people should not be Christianized against gender violence, immigration. That's what we deal with every day, and we do that regularly. Honorable Safia from Djibouti, you said so many countries have not actually provide laws on the LGBT issue. You are quite right. This morning, in the recommendations that we were making in the report of activities that we're going to present to the deliberative organs, we ask requesting states to criminalize violence that are done in that framework, because so many people who violate are women, hide behind cultural issues and religious issues. That is why the rapporteur special on women's rights is so this gender-based violence, especially FGM, female genital mutilation, it has to be criminalized in countries. A country such as Gambia, it is a witness. You witness the latest development in that area. But Gambia has a lot to show to other countries. That was the 25th and the 26th and final. Mr. Leon from Benin, I'd like to thank him because this question has already been answered by some other honorable MP. I would like to tell you, Mr. Vice President, honorable MPs, we have to continue with this exercise. The more we do it, we also do annual brainstorming. We need to talk about the human rights situation within the framework of the MOU that we signed with you is quite ready, and we invite you to come each year and discuss with the MPs so that together you can count on us with our expertise on human rights, and we count on you because you are the experts in the democratic parliamentary diplomacy. Is one of the skills that is recognized in the Commission, not as parliamentary diplomacy, but human rights diplomacy is also one of the skills that we deal with in articles, in accordance with Article 45 with the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. So this is what I wanted to provide to the questions put by honorable MPs. And I'd really like to thank them for their being frank with their questions and the relevance of these questions. Thank you very much. Thank you, honorable chairperson. Let's give a round of applause to the honorable chairperson. Your diction is like that of an MP, and I'd like to congratulate you. I had a few questions with me. Maybe you're not going to answer. For example,
the issue put by Mariam on Cote d'Ivoire. You still found time to answer it. I thought you were going to miss out. So really, congratulations to you and thank you very much. Let's give him another round of applause, please. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. At this juncture, we are going to invite the representative of the commissioner to answer.
First Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, for giving me the floor. I wish to begin, Your Excellency, by making a general comment, so at least we can pave the way for forward. Your Excellency, Fourth Vice President and honorable members, the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department of the African Union Commission is very eager to have a very close working relationship with the Pan-African Parliament. Previously, we used to have a limited relationship with the committees that are in charge of governance and human rights and international relations. But we are quite happy now with this engagement at the plenary level with all members of the Pan-African Parliament. And we count heavily on this relationship, working relationship, to advance and to deepen the roots of good governance, democracy, and rule of law in Africa. Building the Africa we want and the Africa we deserve is the responsibility of all of us as African people. Your Excellency, President of the Pan-African Parliament and honorable members, since we are running out of time, allow me to answer some of the questions together. Let me begin by the comment made on the issue of Palestine. Excellencies, honorable members, the African Union position on Palestine is very clear, and it has been clear since the establishment of this continental organization. And the reason for that is Africa itself has been through a number of tragedies and a number of crises, starting from the slavery, through the colonialism, the apartheid, the genocide against the Tutsi, the Red Terror in Ethiopia, and other human rights violations in Africa. Based on that, we stand very strongly with our brothers and sisters in Palestine, and the African Union position on this issue has never changed. Every summit, the Assembly of the African Union issue a declaration in support of the Palestinian cause, calling for the establishment of for promoting the two-state solution. So then the state of Palestine will live in peace with the state of Israel. And we will continue calling on the international community to support the two-state solution so the Palestinian people can have their own state and their own homeland. For the details of the report on peace and security situation, governance, peace and security situation in Africa, we have taken note of the demands for a detailed report on the situation in Africa, and we can still, in fact, respond to this demand before the end of this session. The reason for us to present to you a general overview is to have a conversation and a dialogue, so then we can enrich our approaches to dealing with or to deal with peace and security crisis in Africa. And that is why in my introduction, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I called for a greater coordination and collaboration between PAB and the Peace and Security Council, and between PAB and the PRC Subcommittee on Democracy, Governance and Human Rights. These interventions will enrich the African Union approach and interventions dealing with violations and dealing with crisis and also with violence and conflicts in Africa. We did not really want to speak about one issue because we have a number of issues that are currently on the table that the African Union is dealing with. And singling one country over the others will not do justice to the other countries. But let me assure you that the report that we will be sharing with you before the end of this session will address all the concerns that were raised by the honorable members. We have benefited, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, from the experience in Rwanda, the Gacaca courts, after the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, that resulted in the development of the African Union Transitional Justice Policy, which is a policy that is currently operationalized after its adoption by the Executive Council. And this policy deals with countries that are still in conflict, but also post-conflict situations, hand in hand with the post-conflict and reconstruction policy and center that is based in Africa, in Cairo, Egypt. The situation of peace and security in Africa is quite tense at the moment, as we all know, with a number of conflicts due to many reasons: internal conflicts, ethnic conflicts, lack of diversity management, climate change, poverty, lack of employment, and the list is very long. And that is why, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we thought it could be more beneficial to include all of these issues in the report that will follow shortly, or will follow soon. Africa is facing so many challenges, and that is why PAP, as the center of the legislation process in Africa, has a very big role to play in promoting governance, peace and security in Africa. Concerning the issue of migrants and human trafficking in Africa, these are very challenging situations. And that is because of also reasons that are very well known to many of us, if not to all of us, that the economic situation in Africa, the socioeconomic issues, lack of employment, poverty, encourages our African youth to migrate and to leave this continent in what is known now as irregular migration. And unfortunately, as a result, we lose many African youth every single day, dying in the desert because of thirst or drowning in the Mediterranean Sea, trying to cross to Europe. That is why, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Union is currently promoting two important treaties. And we hope through the honorable members present with us today here, we will be able to reach the necessary ratification for these two important treaties. One of them is a treaty on the African passport, and the other treaty that will complement the free trade treaty, which is the free movement of persons, which allow the African people and the African youth in particular to move around the continent and to start a new life within the continent, instead of losing them to the desert, Sahara, or to the Mediterranean Sea. In terms of the focus on the youth and women in Africa, as we all know, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our African youth count to almost more than 65% of the African population. Africa is a very young continent, and therefore our youth dividends should be utilized as agents for change instead of agents for destruction. That is why we introduced the Youth Charter, followed by the Youth Engagement Strategy, as well as the Women Empowerment Strategy, so we can attract African youth to be part of the electoral cycle at the national level by being candidates or by selecting candidates or by voting and encouraging others to vote as well. That way we will ensure the African youth participation in the electoral cycle, and also we will ensure that the African youth are participating in the governance affairs at the national level. This leads me also, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to the need for greater coordination and collaboration, as has been mentioned by a number of the honorable members that intervened, that we need to do better in our election observation missions. We need to enhance our internal coordination as organs of the African Union. We need to also follow the rules to make sure that these elections reflect the desire and the needs of the African people. That way, we will certainly prevent conflicts from happening, but also prevent more coup d'etats from emerging in Africa and in African countries. Last but not least, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to conclude by assuring you once again that we stand ready in the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department to work very closely with the Pan-African Parliament to share information, best practices, but also to involve the Pan-African Parliament in all the affairs, in all the activities of the of the Political Affairs, Peace and Security Department of the African Union Commission. So then we can ensure that we collectively are promoting and protecting human and people's rights, and we are collectively promoting good governance, democracy, and rule of law in Africa. I submit. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for those answers. We have taken note of all that you just said with regard to this report. So at this juncture, I'd like to invite the clerk to tell us. Thank you once again. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. So you can. Thanks. Thank you once again.
Merci, Honorable. Nous avons...
Thank you, Honorable. We started late, but we're going to continue since the presenters are here. At this juncture, I'd like to invite the clerk to read the third item that is on the agenda. Thank you, Honorable President. The third item on the agenda is on the presentation and debate on disaster risk management in Africa. African risk capacities, role, achievements, and challenges. Thank you. So I would like to invite the representative of the Director General of African Risk Capacity to do their presentation. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Vice President, honorable members of Parliament, esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends. My name is Eva Grace Kavuma, and I'm the Acting Group Director General for the African Risk Capacity for the group. And I would like to take this opportunity to, first of all, thank you for inviting us here today to give you an overview of who African Risk Capacity is and how we, as your Africa's response to disaster risk management, work for you. I will go through an overview on disasters in Africa, talk to you about ARC and give you a description of what we do, share ARC's defining principles, mandate, mission, vision, and goal. We'll go over our governance, institutional structure, our strategic priorities, strategic pillars, our program life cycle, achievements and challenges, ARC's impact to date, which I think is of real interest, key emerging lessons, and our key ambitions to scale up our service on the African continent. Now, we have all seen the growing incidence of weather-induced and disease threats in Africa. In our own lifetimes, we have seen the frequency and the severity of disasters on the increase, namely droughts, floods, tropical cyclones, locust infestation, disease outbreaks, etc. These disasters drain African economies and erode development gains. Climate disasters in Africa have increased from a low of 40 in 2014 to 55 in 2023, and the cost to African countries is exorbitant. Over $18 billion has been incurred in damages over the last 3 decades, and losses in 2023 alone were at $8 billion. The vulnerable are the most affected, especially women and children. Now, ARC agency was established in 2012 as a specialized agency of the African Union with a mandate to work with African governments to mitigate the effect of weather-induced disasters and disease outbreaks. ARC Limited, the insurance affiliate, was founded in 2014 to provide specifically commercial insurance services. The ARC mandate is to help African member states to plan, prepare for, and respond to the threats caused by climate change. Our services, our key objective is to build resilience, improve food security, and protect lives and livelihoods through the offering of services by ARC, including capacity building, early warning, contingency planning, risk pooling, and risk transfer. As a treaty-based organization, today, ARC boasts 39 member states to date, 14 of which have ratified the ARC Treaty. So I've already mentioned what our mandate is: to help member states plan, prepare, and respond to weather-induced threats and disease outbreaks. Our vision is to be the development partner of choice, leading innovative Pan-African disaster risk management solutions for climate and disease resilience in Africa. And our mission is to promote harmonized resilience solutions for protecting African lives and livelihoods. And our ultimate goal is for ARC member states and their partners to provide timely and targeted responses to protect the lives and livelihoods of the most vulnerable. So now I'm going to give you a view of our structure. The ARC Group is a two-level institution with two strong pillars to support the ARC mandate, each with distinct functions, bringing together four critical elements to form a powerful value proposition. The ARC agency provides contingency planning and early warning, while ARC Limited, the affiliate, provides risk profiling and risk pooling services. As I mentioned, ARC agency is a specialized agency of the African Union and is responsible for the whole gambit of country engagement in our member states, as well as providing capacity building and operational monitoring. Whilst the affiliate, ARC Insurance Company, is a regulated commercial insurance company, and its main responsibility is to carry out ARC's risk pooling and insurance functions. From a governance structure perspective, ARC is governed by the Conference of the Parties, which is comprised of all ARC member states. The Conference of the Parties is a supreme governing body for the ARC Group and has the final say in all key decisions. It is through the Conference of the Parties that it was decided to create ARC Insurance Company, and the Conference of the Parties is also responsible for the selection and the appointment of board members. The governing body, the ARC Group Board, reports into the Conference of the Parties, and it is responsible for the strategic oversight of the whole group. And this governing body is supported by the Secretariat, which reports into the board and provides the Secretariat services for the board. We'll touch on the ARC model, which is designed to change response to disasters from crisis management to preparedness. If you recall, the traditional emergency response mechanism responds only after the rains fail, for example, and usually takes over 5 months for the response to be finally implemented. And by then, of course, households would be resorting to coping mechanisms and falling below the poverty line. The alternative is the African Risk Capacity Mechanism, which kicks in before the rains fail and is proactive as the estimated impact of the disaster is calculated and is used to provide protection through insurance. And once triggered, the payout is made within weeks, making response time swifter and more efficient, and ensures that the vulnerable households do not have to resort to negative coping mechanisms to make it through the disaster period. I've already spoken to the powerful ARC proposition, so I won't repeat it here, but important to note that across all the key elements of risk modeling, contingency planning, risk financing, across all of these elements, ARC provides monitoring and evaluation, support and services, and consistently works towards the implementation of gender mainstreaming throughout the disaster risk management life cycle. And to talk about the proof of concept, let us have a look at the payouts that have been made by ARC to date. You can see that since the first payouts in 2014 to the most recent in 2023, there's been quite a leap in the amount of payouts, as well as the number of countries that have benefited from insurance payouts. The El Nino driven drought of 2023-2024 resulted in payouts of over 60 million, just to give you an example. And in summary here, and to date, some of the results that we have seen, ARC has paid over 200 million in claims in response to the disasters. We have trained over 1,200 national experts in 23 member states, and over 4 million beneficiaries have received aid through the ARC mechanism. This diagram talks to how we implement the ARC model as a group. And I won't go into all the details, but in brief, we start with the country engagement initiation, which is conducted by ARC agency. Capacity building services are provided by ARC agencies through the contingency planning and research and development teams, and then risk transfer parameters are conducted by ARC Limited. The risk pooling is also done by ARC Limited. And finally, our contingency planning team works with the countries to complete or to refine the final implementation plan, while the payout is actually made by our insurance affiliate, ARC Limited. And as I said, we work directly to ensure that M&E support is provided, and evaluation and learnings are gathered and shared through the monitoring and evaluation team. So I've touched on some of the key impacts that we've had to date, but I'll just add to a couple. ARC is an important instrument in achieving the Agenda 2063 goals and Sustainable Development Goals. Over $1.3 billion in risk cover have been provided by ARC, namely for disasters such as drought, tropical cyclones, and outbreaks and epidemics. The countries have benefited from the disaster risk capacity work that we have implemented and have improved within their risk profiling, disaster modeling, and contingency planning skills and capabilities. We have also developed innovative solutions to overcome challenges that we've experienced along the way. One of them is the implementation of the Replica program, which was introduced to broaden our client base and increase country-level insurance coverage. We also have established premium support facilities where ARC has built partnerships with donor partners to help finance country insurance premiums. And as I said, gender mainstreaming is a key part of all ARC's programs, with a goal to ensure gender equality within the organizations and in the disaster risk management landscape. And ARC lends its voice in continental disaster risk management, as well as advocates for sustainable solutions for Africa on global platforms. We have steadily diversified. I'm just going to look at some key achievements. I think it's good to blow our own horn once in a while. So we have steadily diversified the ARC product offering. We're now offering 5 sovereign products and a non-sovereign offering to meet the diverse needs of the member states. We have grown our membership to 39 members, but we still need to reach 55, the 55 member states of the continent. We have led gender mainstreaming in disaster risk management. We have a strong affiliate, which is a leader in the space of development insurers. We have built strong partnerships and managed to position the organization as a strong African organization. There is no institution that has no challenges, so we'll touch on those as well to be open and transparent. One of them being limited financial resources. I think this is a dilemma for many institutions that are similar to ours. The disaster risk management landscape is ever evolving, and therefore our challenge is to ensure that we remain relevant within this space. The financial sustainability of the organization is threatened. We have data challenges, and sometimes these challenge our services. And changes in governments, as well as in change in our technical working groups, do continue to challenge our ability to continue our program effectively. Key lessons learned through the implementation of the ARC mechanism over the last 14 years include the importance of political commitment. It is absolutely essential. So ARC fosters policy dialogues and ownership of response. We have proven that the ARC solution is cost effective. And the ARC solution is but the ARC solution is more effective as part of a more comprehensive financial protection strategy. And through the ARC mechanism, we have also learned that upfront payment of premiums facilitates proactive risk management. So I mentioned at the beginning that even after 14 years of implementation, at ARC we still have great ambitions. If you see, on the map here, we are currently in 39 country member states. But our ambition is to service all 55 African countries. Our scale-up ambitions are to reach 225 million people over the next 5 years. And we continuously review our product offering to ensure that we remain relevant and we can customize our offering to the country's needs. So finally, I would like to focus on some of the key actions that we would like to call to attention for collaboration. And we humbly request from the Pan-African parliamentarians. The first one, we seek humbly your political commitment to collaborate with ARC to strengthen political support for ARC's initiative and to encourage your members to formally express political support for collaboration with ARC, affirming your commitment to advance disaster risk management on the continent. Today, we also ask that the Pan-African Parliament advocates for the adoption of ARC by African member states as an African solution to African problems by promoting ARC as a pillar of African-led climate resilience solutions. We implore the Pan-African Parliament to join us in strongly urging African governments to sign and to ratify the ARC Treaty for those who have not yet done so by encouraging treaty endorsement among member states. And we implore you to advocate for African governments to allocate resources in their budgets to contribute to ARC's work, as well as the payments for premiums to participate in ARC risk pools by supporting budgetary allocations for ARC initiatives. And finally, and importantly, we ask that together we build a strong partnership through regular briefings by establishing ongoing collaborative platforms. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I am here with a few of my colleagues, and we're willing to take your questions. But before we go into the questions, I would like to re-announce that ARC, in partnership with the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament, invites you to a dinner this evening. It will be a networking dinner, be quite informal, but we'll have an opportunity to have a smaller but deeper dive into what we do as ARC. But really, it's for networking purposes, so we can start to build that relationship that we so covet with you parliamentarians. So thank you very much.
Merci, madame. Merci pour.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for this rich report, which requires a deep debate with the parliamentarians. Maybe we give her another round of applause. I suggest to this August Assembly that we go to the fourth point because we have a fourth report. And so if you allow me, I would just like to invite the clerk to read the fourth agenda item. And I think that's the last item. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair, the fourth item on the debate on the agenda is the presentation of the state of industrialization in Africa and proposals for sustained economic growth and development. And thank you. I'll now invite the representative of AUDA NEPA to make his presentation.
Good afternoon and good evening to the Vice President, President in absentia, and to all members of the Parliament. I stand here on behalf of our Chief Executive Officer, Madam Nados Bekele Thomas, who was invited to present to the Parliament on the theme of industrialization and its prospects from a continental perspective. She sends her apologies. Unfortunately, she could not personally be here with you today, but she has requested myself, Chief of Staff, and my colleague, Dr. Mustafa, who is Head of Trade and Trade Facilitation, working at AUDA NEPAD, to be with you and to present the perspectives of the continent in relation to the work that we are doing on industrialization. We are cognizant of the time and the challenges of time, and I suspect that we don't have much for us to do the presentation, so we will work to try and deliver it relatively quickly. From a contextual setting perspective, we wanted to address 7 distinct issues which will culminate into very concrete proposals to members of parliament in terms of the work that we think should really define your engagements around the theme of industrialization, and it would be informed by the elements of the presentation that we are going to make. Those 7 elements, one, is really a conceptual discussion around why we prioritize industrialization as an engine of growth for the African continent. 2, we are cognizant of the changing structural formation of African economies and the global economy at that, where there is a predominance of the services sector and a question mark really being raised on whether or not we should continue focusing on manufacturing or redirect or reorientate our efforts towards the services sector. We will speak briefly in relation to that. The third issue is strategic priorities that we think are critical for the national industrial development agenda and what countries ought to be focusing on. 4 is key discussion points for setting national policy for industrial development. 5 is what are the key indicators that are going to tell us whether or not we are making progress in relation to the subject of industrial development within the African continent. And I think critical for us from an institutional perspective is to share with members of parliament and parliament at large in terms of what it is that we are doing as AUDA NEPAD to support the continental efforts in terms of supporting industrialization from an African perspective. And the 7th issue is, of course, as I said, would be what member states and in particular national parliaments should be prioritizing as they try to navigate this very complex and difficult challenge of industrializing the African continent and changing its industrial structure. So firstly, as I said, our first priority is really to position why is it that we focus on industrialization. And one listens to almost every single discussion and debate, both continentally and globally. And the emphasis is for Africa to industrialize. And if Africa is really going to address the fundamental challenges of development, it would do so at the back of a radical industrial development strategy. But this is not just premised on rhetoric or premised on outside of a lack of body of evidence. And we wanted to use the opportunity to share with you at a conceptual level why it is that industrialization is absolutely vital for the continent. Number one, there is a direct relationship between the levels of industrializations and the levels of income in developing countries. And over the past 50 years, developing countries that have invested and grown their manufacturing sectors have been able to reap the benefits through increased manufacturing sector employment. 2, the shift from agriculture, which is happening in the African continent and unfortunately has not fully transitioned over the past 40 to 50 years. So the shift from agriculture to manufacturing also increases the levels of productivity in countries because the productivity levels in manufacturing are far higher than in the agricultural sector. So as the manufacturing sector grows, there's an aggregate shift in the resources that are invested from agriculture to manufacturing, which results in what we commonly refer to as a structural change bonus for economies. And that is effectively what we are trying to pursue. 3 is many developing countries have been able to exploit the opportunities for capital accumulation that is offered by the manufacturing sector because of its spatial concentration and economies of scales relative to the agricultural sector. Number 4 is technological development and innovation are embedded within the manufacturing sector, and they are not limited to the sector but diffused to other sectors, thus driving the technological progress across the entire economy. And manufacturing is therefore critical for the development of national innovation ecosystems, which will further propel the development and the productivity of economies. 5 is that manufacturing creates opportunities for backwards and forward linkages in other sectors and subsectors of the economy, which are an important ingredient for national economic development. And those 6 points, I think, are the anchoring and foundational arguments that we make in relation to why it is that industrialization and industrial development is critical for moving forward the continental economy. There is a study that has been conducted across 89 countries that has demonstrated quite clearly that there is a strong correlation between GDP growth and manufacturing growth. And that is what one of the things that we are trying to advance by the work that we are doing in relation to manufacturing sector growth. And equally important is not just the focus on GDP growth, but also the manufacturing growth enables economies to engage further in export growth that is anchored on manufactured products. So from a conceptual perspective, those are the main arguments that we have in terms of the work that we are proposing and what Africa is engaged in through its IDA strategy, Africa Industrialization Development Strategy, which is a continental framework for the work that we are doing on this area. The second point that we said we wanted to focus on is really a discussion between whether or not we should be focusing our attention on the services sector rather than manufacturing. And this is something that is often posed. And we'd want to rebut even the proposition or the positioning of that argument, because our view is that critically what we want to do is to develop the services sector, which is organically developing within the continent, and we're moving towards a knowledge-based economy. But it has to be grounded on a firm footing around the manufacturing sector or the industrial sectors of the economy. Because the argument that we make is that services that is not rooted in a productive economy remains vulnerable to shocks in the main. And we wanted to make 1 or 2 examples in relation to that. For example, in the retail sector, the dynamism of industry is what really drives the consumption that happens at the level of retail and the rest of the services sector. So if you don't have a strong industrial sector that is able to absorb labor and be able to generate employment, you have a lack of dynamic growth at the level of the productive sectors of the economy that is going to fuel the expenditure in the retail sectors of the economy. Therefore, there's a direct correlation between a strong productive sector or industrial sector and what happens in the economy in terms of the services sector, in terms of longer-term sustainability. The second point that we wanted to make to demonstrate that there is a strong collaboration that needs to happen between services and industry is, for example, in the tourism sector, because the data that shows us that the contribution of the tourism sector to GDP is far less if tourists are consuming imported products in a particular economy. So the stronger the industrial base and the productive base of the economy, and that goods are produced in that economy, tourism has a double effect in terms of the economy. It's the effect of the income coming in through the tourists, but also secondly, it would be the consumption of locally produced goods, which would further fuel some of these key elements and indicators in terms of the industrial structure of the economy. Therefore, our argument is that we have to prioritize both, because both of these are complementary to one another. So it's not a choice of one of countries having to choose one over the other. Then what we in the work that we have done in the industrialization or industrial development space, there is a preset of issues that have really emerged as the basis around which countries need to look at the strategic priorities of national industrial development. And we wanted to present these as a framework in terms of thinking through what are some of the critical interventions or the intervention areas that countries need to prioritize as they they think through their national industrial development plans and their strategies. And one is really to have a very dedicated approach in terms of developing sector strategies, because if you speak at a macro level in terms of industrial development and you don't have dedicated sector plans, master plans and strategies that are very clear in terms of medium to long-term opportunities for growth and to some element the investments that need to happen in relation to that, the plans of industrial policy, they remain relatively vague, and it's that level of detail that sits in the master plans that becomes critical for us in terms of the work we do on national industrial development strategies. Two is, I think, is a key issue, which is making available industrial financing for new industrial projects. And this is something that we'll probably talk about a little bit later in the presentation, particularly when we think about the adoption of the special economic zones in the continent, and how do we finance these becomes a central theme in terms of industrial, in national industrial development and policy making. Therefore, the issue of industrial financing and using national instruments for financing, such as the development banks and all of these, both from a national but also from a regional context, becomes absolutely vital in terms of driving the industrialization agenda. Three is really developing an appropriate trade policy to promote industrialization. And it's critical for us to look at, and this is a point again that we'll touch on a little bit later, that when we talk about industrial policy and industrialization within a country context, that we look at it from a holistic perspective in terms of the policy instruments that are available from a national perspective to enable the implementation of those industrial policies. For example, you can't think about industrial policy, but you don't have an enabling fiscal policy that is going to support it. You don't have an enabling trade policy that's going to support that, an enabling monetary policy that's going to support that. And one of the challenges that we've really picked up in the work that we are doing is that, to a large extent, we talk about industrial policy, but we forget about the supporting instruments that are going to drive the industrial development of our economies. And that is a critical point. And I think from a national parliamentary discussion, I think is something that we'd want to convey to members of parliament, that this is a critical element that they would need to look into in terms of really interrogating the progress of national policies in relation to industrial development, that they don't simply look at the industrial policies, but really consider the broader perspective of supporting instruments. So that is point number 3. 4, which I will rush through much quicker, is really the issues around promotion of skills development and education for industrialization. And this also speaks to questions of vocational training and how do we build a skills base that is going to be able to support industrialization efforts, working with through the investment agenda that is set between both the public and the private sectors. Leveraging of the public expenditure in infrastructure development to promote industrialization and industrial upgrading, and increasing the investment in innovation and technology. Supporting small enterprise development. And within the context of the discussion of supporting small enterprise development, I think is the issue of building a very clear localization strategy. Because what we've observed over time is that, and there are many country examples that we can pick. One can choose, for example, the issue of Rwanda now, where they've established their first auto assembly plant. So the cars are now being manufactured in Rwanda. And from that perspective, it's an international or global investment that is happening in the country. But over time, what we want to do is to transform the dynamic between the international and local capital and make sure that the investments that happen at an international level through the channel of international capital are actually building local capacity for local companies to start playing a much more meaningful role in terms of the percentage of value that is added into the products that are produced produced in that particular country. So the question of a localization strategy and assisting countries to build the technical, financial, management skills and capacities to transition from predominantly assembly plants, but to actual production centers from a global perspective becomes absolutely vital from that perspective. Then three more issues is focusing really on questions of coordination for industrial policy and how national institutions work together in harmony and seamlessly to advance and drive the industrialization agenda, which is linked to this whole concept around using different policy instruments to advance our industrialization agenda. Then how the country can leverage of the regional and African industrial and trade frameworks. And I think that's the discussion now that has become embedded within the conversation of industrial development in the continent. And it's been anchored around the work that we've all been doing in terms of unlocking the African Continental Free Trade Area, and that how do we then move that conversation forward and really look at how, because the free trade area on its own is nothing without manufactured products. So it gives us access to a much wider market from a continental perspective. And how do we engage with that market? And I think the question is, how do national governments, national parliaments work to try and ensure that the national policy landscape or setup is one that really contributes and unlocks the potential from a national perspective, regional perspective, to participate in the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And the last issue is, I think we've touched on, is a question of coordination of the different policy instruments to drive implementation of industrial policies. There are three core elements which we think are fundamental that our member states should be considering in terms of setting national policy for industrial development. The first is, I've already touched on it, really relates to monetary policy alignment with industrial policy objectives. I'm not going to get into that, but it's an issue of complementarity between monetary policy and other policy instruments to industrial policy. And that is something that we're finding is not happening in national conversations in relation to that. The second is trade policy, which I've touched on, and the third is the issue of localization, which I'm not going to spend too much time on. So having considered all of that, the critical question is then, how do we sense when we are moving forward in the industrialization agenda? What are some of the matrices that parliamentarians ought to be looking at as they engage with their national actors and in particular authorities in terms of the industrialization agenda? What are these key matrices that are going to tell us we are making progress? And there are three that we think are critical that member states, and in particular in the context of this conversation, parliamentarians should be focusing on. One is manufacturing output, which is the share of manufacturing to GDP from a country perspective. Two is the share of employment that is attributed to manufacturing. And the third is the share of exports that are attributed to manufacturing. So those are the three anchoring matrices that would really tell us whether or not as a continent we are moving forward in relation to the industrialization agenda. And we will use those three matrices later on in the presentation to give you an indication of where the African continent is in relation to the topic that we are touching on today. But before we do that, we wanted to indicate that despite some of the many challenges that we have, of which we will touch on later in the presentation, there are also very positive developments that are happening in terms of our industrialization agenda in the continent. And you see these across many countries where I think there are very good industrial capacities that are being established that stand ready to propel the continental economy towards the next level in terms of its dynamism and its complexity in terms of the manufacturing products that it delivers to the rest of the world. And we wanted to maybe pick out a couple which are not, of course, exhaustive of all of these, but because of time is limiting it to maybe 4 or 5 examples One is, I've already indicated to this, is the work that is already happening in Rwanda, particularly through the development of its auto sector, and seeing that there is a domestically built car that is rolled out of the lines of Volkswagen in Kigali in 2024. The work that is happening, for example, in Nigeria as it relates to boosting oil refinery capacity, which is critical in terms of actually looking at expanding our value addition in one of the core minerals that we have in the continent. There's an established manufacturing base that has really been anchored around the auto sector in South Africa, and that is beginning to diffuse technological innovation into the rest of the economy. Mauritius has developed a robust textile and garment industry, becoming a vital exporter to global markets, and countries such as Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire which are the world's largest cocoa producers, have really increased investments in processing plants to ensure that there is greater and greater value addition to primary products from a continental point of view. And there are many other success stories that we can point out in various sectors, such as pharmaceuticals, metals, food production, and others. Notwithstanding those positive developments, I think in the whole, the data tells us quite clearly that the industrial structure of the continent remains relatively underdeveloped. There are three core features of our industrial structure. So while the industrialization journey is advancing, the continent's structural transformation remains with three elements. It is slow in terms of structural transformation. Africa contributes less than 2% of global manufacturing, positioning us as the global value chains at the global value chain's lower end. Two, it's uneven. Many countries remain in the early stages of industrialization, with nearly 25 classified as structurally underdeveloped. And then three, our industrial economy and broadly our economy is characterized by a widening productivity gap across sectors. For example, in the agricultural sector, which employs 42% of the workforce, it is 60% less productive than the rest of the economy, whereas sectors like utilities and financial services, which employ only 3%, are over 10 times more productive than the average. So you've got these disparities in terms of productivity within countries, across sectors, but also across different economies and regions within the context. And I think it then lands at a point which we will say in our concluding remarks that we have to concentrate and invest in productivity strategies across the continent in terms of how do we boost economy-wide and sector-wide productivity that is going to reposition the African economy and industrial economy. So where is Africa today? So we presented to you a little bit earlier on three matrices that we said are absolutely crucial in terms of measuring our advance in terms of the manufacturing sector or the industrial sector. And we're using those now to tell you where are we from a continental perspective. And we are looking at it from three dimensions. One, where is Africa? Two, where is Asia? And three, where is the global economy in relation to it? So on the first issue of manufacturing share of GDP, all of us are very aware of the advances that Asia has made over the past 30 to 40 years in relation to building its industrial structure, and that industrial structure feeding into concrete measures that relate to employability of people, but also the absorption of the national economies and subsequently dealing with deep problems of poverty. And it's interesting that Asia is sitting at about 23.5% in terms of manufacturing share to GDP. Within Asia, East Asia is sitting at 28%, South Asia is sitting at about 20%, whilst Africa is sitting at about 10% of manufacturing share to GDP, which demonstrates the lower base in terms of our productive structure. In terms of manufacturing employment as a percentage of total employment, Africa is sitting at 6.4%, Asia is sitting at 22%, in terms of the number of people that are employed through the manufacturing or industrial sector. Within Asia, East Asia is sitting at 26%, whilst South Asia is sitting at about 20%, with the world average in terms of manufacturing employment sitting at roughly between 14 and 15%, which also demonstrate where Africa is with that 6.4% in terms of contribution of employment. Exports of manufactured goods, in absolute terms, Africa is sitting with total export of manufacturing goods at about 146 billion, with Asia sitting at 4.3 trillion, East Asia sitting at 2.5 trillion, South Asia sitting at about 500 billion, and the world, in terms of absolute figures, in terms of exports of manufactured goods, sitting at about 12.2 trillion. Again, another indication of where the continent is sitting relative to the rest of the world on exports of manufactured goods. Then passing that is really a conversation looking at the mining as a basis for industrialization across the continent. And this really goes back to the fact that Africa possesses 30% of global mineral reserves and the world's fastest growing population. And those elements should be the basis of us thinking about our industrialization strategy going forward. However, within that context, our concern is that some of the developments that are happening, for example, in terms of what is termed the green minerals or minerals of the future that define energy security from a global perspective, is that the manner in which Africa is being reinserted into that conversation is reinforcing how Africa has always interacted, or how the rest of the world has interacted with Africa in terms of its mineral wealth, which is really moving from digging on the soil and exporting to the rest of the world. And there are many of these minerals that we can point to. And the conversation that Africa needs to have within itself is, how do we shift the investments in infrastructure from simple transport corridors that move our minerals from the mines into the ports and outside, and shift the conversation around corridors to what we can term as growth and development corridors that are going to facilitate investment in processing of these minerals and value addition from a continental perspective. And from that perspective, it's important to understand that it's not going to happen it's not going to be a national conversation, but rather it is going to be regional conversations that are going to be orientated towards driving regional value chains linked to this. I've been given 5 minutes, and I wanted to maybe in that 5 minutes to do two things: outline to you some of the work that we are doing and our perspective at AUDA NEPAD in terms of supporting industrialization efforts in the continent. And those are really anchored around our programming, because our sense is that the industrialization discussion and discourse is not limited to industrialization, because there are enabling elements to that. And from that perspective, there are 5 core areas that we are investing in terms of supporting the industrialization efforts of the continent. One is agriculture, food systems, and rural transformation, because we were saying we need to reimagine the conversation around rural transformation and rural development, that it can't just be limited to agriculture alone. The rural economy is far wider, and there are manufacturing activities linked to agriculture that need to be established within the value chain of agro-processing, which would further build the capacity within the agricultural sector of the work that is done on industrialization. 2 is human capital development, and within the context of human capital development, we're looking at health and education as core areas that support support Africa have the workforce and the skills that are going to be able to drive our efforts over the next 50 years in terms of industrialization. 3 is infrastructure, digitalization, and energy. 4 is industrialization and special economic zones. I don't have much time to expand particularly around the work we're doing on special economic zones, but there are a number of special economic zones that have been identified at a continent-wide level. But we understand those SEZs require investments in terms of setup. So what we are doing is really looking at creating a special mechanism that is going to support countries unlock pre-feasibility and feasibility studies that will allow the projects to advance towards a financing stage in terms of the SEZs. Of course, the last bit, which speaks to the productivity agenda, is science, technology, and innovation. I will skip the rest of those slides that go into detail in relation to those elements and leave you with 7 thoughts that we are saying you should take into consideration as you discuss the matter of industrialization, both from a member state perspective, but also as national parliaments. All of these are reinforcing some of the core messages that have come through in the presentation. One is that we have to take a systemic policy framework approach to support industrial policy that includes fiscal, monetary, financing policies. 2, we have to think about how do we better finance industrial activities within a country context, because most of the time the industrialization agenda is left behind and we are financing our social sectors like education and health, but it's the industrial development of industrial capabilities that is going to drive greater inclusion in the economy. 3 is regional cooperation for greater development of regional value chains. 4 is prioritizing measures to boost economy-wide productivity using STI capability as a channel. 5 is prioritizing implementation of PIDA, which will unlock infrastructure in water, ICT, road, rail, etc. 6 is work that we have to prioritize in terms of trade facilitation between countries to ensure ease of movement of people and goods between countries, and the discussion around one-stop border posts becomes a crucial one, which requires collaboration between countries. 7 is understanding that manufacturing is the base of AfCFTA's success. Without us producing our own goods in the continent, we will not be able to trade under the AfCFTA, because the primary emphasis of the AfCFTA is that we must trade what we have produced. We are not going to import from China and trade imported products amongst ourselves. So it serves, so manufacturing is the real base and the anchor of AfCFTA success. Number 8, we must move beyond transport corridors that reinforce old Africa's place in global value chains and move towards growth and development corridors. The last, which is number 9, is that Africa's industrialization has to address 2 dynamic priorities and sometimes can be seen as conflicting. The first is productivity and using technological adaptation and adoption to drive productivity, but yet at the same time making sure that our industrial strategy remains labor intensive and is able to absorb the large skills base that sits outside of our economies and that is not productively used. So those 9 elements we think are at the core of the discussions that members of parliament should have in relation to the work around industrialization in the continent. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a list of people wishing to speak. Maybe some will have changed their mind, but let me invite the president back to his seat.
Yes.
So, thank you. Merci beaucoup, Deputy President Honorable Jida. Now for debate. The first to take the floor, Honorable Kuchami Fagnon.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, my name is Mr. Fagnon Kochami Nikaz. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. President. I just have two concerns around risk management. The first, while I salute the pertinence of this effort, I'd like to request the agency, and especially the PAP, to establish a work group that will allow us to reflect on the strategies and also come up with a formal partnership of cooperation and be able to come up with a budget. And also to request that we are given out of the list of 39 countries that have which of those have ratified and which have only signed. And also, there's the issue of insurance. How do they manage to cover this risk? When there are catastrophes, these affect the agriculture, the farmers a lot, as in the case of Chad and Niger and Benin, Burundi, and other countries. So how do they do that? Mr. President, as you said, we'll have time to discuss this. I'd like to get on to the second, communication, and also request NEPAD. Everything they've shown, these some kind of a concept. When are we going to have our countries assisted? Mr. President, I'd like to share with this August Parliament the experience of Benin. Benin is advanced, has done away with the issue of separating the primary sector and the secondary sector. Benin, under the leadership of President Talon, has undertaken an industrialization program supported by modern road infrastructure, the availability of gas. 400 hectares are actually currently being used. We have also a public-private partnership. We have been working with the development banks as well as the local banks. So our role has been to vote a lot of laws, one of which is on development to support the activities of investors. Secondly, a law on the special economic zones, including the one in Glody Bay, 45 kilometers from Cotonou. Today, we transform cotton, and a pool of textile industries is being established. And we'd like to, we started exporting raw materials as well, including cashew and soja and soya, including in countries like Dubai and others. We also voted a law on professional education, and we are equipping a lot of schools. There's also a policy of availing water. Mr. President, 3 years going to the end of this year, we'll have recruited a lot of young people. Many agencies have been created, including a development agency, and we have a framework law on food and food security. I don't want to be very long, but I'd like to say that NEPAD is on the right track. And but they need to get into capacity building to mobilize financial resources for the entire continent, because this is the main problem. They have a good project, but I have not seen a strategy of financing, so they may need to organize another workshop that will allow us to get into the real work around this. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chenit Aotif, Mrs. Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to salute you from Tunisia and salute everyone in Africa. In fact, the African continent has seen a lot of risk, like human trafficking, clandestine migration, and other. But today I'd like to focus on climate change. In fact, the climate change issue is associated to flooding, to drought, and to famine. And I would like to say, Mr. President, that climate change leads me to focus on the issues that affect the crops. Madame Lise said that we need to organize insurance around this, but the farmers who are not rich cannot do this. So can the African Union help the countries to do this? Has the African Union be able to work with Western countries around this? Because they are at the beginning of these problems in the first place. I'd like to ask the following question. Why is Africa always forced to go through the consequences of their action? African countries are the most affected, and for us MPs and governments, we have to discuss this issue, and I'd like to request my colleagues, MPs,
Asante sana Rais kwa kunipatia nafasi.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. I would like to ask Honorable, who has asked about the Risk Capacity Act. My question is that I'm one of the 47 senators in Kenya who were designated, and we represent constituencies. My constituency is in floodplains. 2 days ago, we had a lot of disasters. We were flooded and we lost our properties, our fields. We had Red Cross and WFP. Our president of our Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Ruto, our government and other organizations who came to assist us. And today is the first time, Chair, I hear about ACCA, which is the Agency for African Risk Capacity. Where were you before? I'm not the only one, and there are so many countries here that went through this. Where were you? And today you stand here telling us that once we go back to Nairobi and we tell our people in Tanarivo, Nairobi and Kenya to contribute to help you. Where were you? I want to know, what is your task to help us? Why are you invisible when we encounter difficulties? We are thankful for dinner, but we would appreciate more your assistance. Thank you very much, Chair.
Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to contribute. I think it's a very noble idea, and it was very progressive for the African Union to think about risk mitigation and to come up with an organization that could actually mitigate when it comes to risk. I went online to have a look at what programs you have, and I think your incorporation looks like your first video on social media was in 2021. It's a very good idea. The question is, what is the expected premium? And because it's going to be like an insurance policy for the African countries to contribute, and then you come in and you help. I wanted to know whether you have an office in Kenya or where, because I only saw the Johannesburg office. And as my colleague here, Senator Danson Ngatana, asked, where were you when we had the floods recently? Which African country have you actually mitigated on that is a member? Is it, who are the underwriters? Because you obviously need to have big underwriters to be able to provide this service. It's a good initiative, and I'm glad that you're also going into pandemics because we're preparing for the next big pandemic. I also wanted to contribute to, there was the one on NEPAD. NEPAD, we've heard about NEPAD. It's been around for so long. Every African country seems to be moving ahead on its own. I just want to know, how do you integrate? Are we having clustering of countries so that we don't all overproduce the same item? And are we hoping to sell within Africa as well? Because we've got 1 billion people. Or are we just looking always to sell abroad? Because I feel that we have to penetrate the African market as well. NEPAD used to have desks in every ministry, but that stopped. So I just feel like NEPAD is this body that is grinding to a halt.
Thank you. Honorable Tafanana Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on the debate. Mr. President, my questions are directed to the presenter from the ARC. ARC is a child of African Union, which is around 54 countries. Only around 36 are members and only 14 ratified the ARC treaty. What could be the causing other countries to stay away, given that climate change and droughts have high chances of recurring? My second question, Mr. President, your insurance has maximum cap for about 30 million. What happened if a country contributed and have a drought in 3 or 4 consecutive years? Will the country get payouts? Because it seems you have a tendency of saying, we have given you this year, next year you are not entitled to get the funds. My other question, my country, Zimbabwe, was supposed to receive about 32 million, and 16 million was supposed to be given to the government of Zimbabwe, and the remainder to the other partners like FAO and the World Food Programme. How do you measure significance and impact of such a payout, considering issues like population size and intensity of drought? My other question, are there any chances that you can pay premium and you will not receive payment because of the risk view committee feels the drought is not severe upon their own judgment, when actually the country feels that there is need for payout? You said you have...
Thank you. We are not adding seconds this time. Honorable Jonathan Daka, Zambia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Jennifer Wibabara, Rwanda. Not in the chamber.
We can move on, Mr. President.
Sorry?
Let's move ahead.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ismail Samata. Not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Anita Ndaize, Burundi.
Merci de Thank you, Mr. President. Many countries have suffered from natural disasters, floods, drought, and illnesses that cross our borders, conflicts that also lead to the destruction of property and the loss of life. And this situation requires a holistic approach, and we need to strengthen our readiness to cope with these risks and to provide efficient responses. And we have listened to the presentation on the reduction of risks, and we are convinced that we need to reduce these risks and invest to be able to cope with these kinds of extreme situations, because these natural disasters and other catastrophes lead to people losing their way of life, their means of providing for their families, and it leads to poverty, which itself leads to other problems. So we need to take action on a national and continental level. We have to provide the countries, the least developed countries, with the means to be able to take priority action, and for them to be able to have the capacity to respond to these emergency situations. In this context, my question is the following. You spoke about the ARC model, which is part of Agenda 2063.
Honorable Senator Jean-Marie Nibira Tinje.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a quick question, clarification. I would like to ask ARC if they are waiting for natural disasters to happen, or whether you have an early warning system to alert you to potential disasters that are happening. And I would also like to ask NEPAD whether they encourage public-private partnerships and do they assist industrialists in terms of manufacturing and producing products.
Thank you. Honorable Bawab Yusri, Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will try to be very brief. Our countries are confronted by many challenges on the road to development and on the road to economic and environmental development. And we have inherited our land, our countries, and also many issues that we have to face in the future in terms of natural disasters, in terms of pollution and other challenges. And we have to deal with climate change, greenhouse gases, because this will continue to change our natural environment. We need to adopt green policies, and we are also confronted by sanctions that exacerbate the situation, very often imposed on countries that are already economically weakened. So, what are the strategies to fight against climate change? What are the strategies to assist countries who are in need of help for development? What about the assistance to those countries who are wanting to develop industries like the pharmaceutical industry?
Thank you. Honorable Epimo Chidziwa. Not in the chamber. Honorable Amina Ali Idris.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the opportunity. My thanks to Her Excellency Moussa Faki, African Union Chairperson, for encouraging message that is full of hope. My thanks also go to all experts for today for their very interesting presentation. Dear colleague, good afternoon. Honorable President, I would like to speak about industrialization in Africa and the prospect of economic growth and sustainable development. I remind the plenary that promoting sustainable development is the economic, social, and cultural level, as well as the integration of African economies, is one of the objectives of African Union. African leaders, we had a good speech, but the concrete actions are far from the reality. It is the time to act in order to impact our continent, Africa, with durable results. And as a representative of people of Africa and laws makers, why do we not come up with a common law forbidding the exportation of all raw materials from Africa? Dear all, it is normal that Africa continue to export its raw materials and import final product come from other continents, which are very expensive. By transforming our raw materials, I think we can accelerate industrialization in Africa and by working together as one Africa and one voice. I know that the level of industrialization for each country is different from us.
Honorable Cheniti Awatef, Tunisia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Felix Mpose Riniga, Burundi.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for giving me the floor. I would like to talk about industrialization. We cannot talk about industrialization without making reference to our education systems, particularly with regards to professional development. Industrialization is impossible without qualified and competent human resources. And therefore, I would like us to include this in our education curriculum so that we are able to respond to the market needs with the young people that we turn out and qualify. And so we absolutely need to have qualified, competent, skilled labor. Thank you.
Honorable Safia Elmi Jibril.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate the two speakers for their excellent and really rich presentations. I would like to make a comment about industrialization. And I would like to remind those present here that in Africa, we are blessed with enormous wealth in terms of natural resources, enormous wealth that is currently benefiting other continents and other nations. And we are facing enormous difficulties, especially with our youths leaving our shores, looking for better pastures when there is so much wealth here on the continent. So what are the obstacles that are preventing us from reaching industrialization with this incredible wealth that we have? And how do we help countries to develop their industries so that they are able to transform natural resources and create employment for our youth so that they do not seek other pastures? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Zain El Abidin Ahmed El Hadi, Mauritania.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to begin where my colleague ended off. And I'd like to say that I am very optimistic because Africa abounds with natural wealth and so many resources. Africa has so much potential. We have 1.5 billion people, more than China or India. And we have the potential for enormous growth. Africa also has so many natural resources, but we need to take these natural resources and transform them to contribute to Africa's development. And I would like to speak about Mauritania specifically. We have enormous resources in fish and in the meat industry, and we have many, many other minerals and natural resources, and we contribute with our natural resources, our environmental natural resources to producing oxygen and hydrogen to fight against greenhouse gases.
Thank you very much. Honorable Jolie Nsengekeli Jokis.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. President, pardon me. I hope I'll be able to finish before being interrupted. I would like to ask a question on industrialization. And the presentation was very interesting. But I'd like to say that NEPAD exists since the early 2000s. In recent years, it changed names to the Agency of the African Union responsible for development. And industrialization is extremely important for Africa's development. And We have the African Development Bank. We have many partners that are working towards the same goal, industrialization, development. And in terms of developing industrialization and the manufacturing or transformation of products, where we talk about billions and billions of dollars worth of investment. Here on the continent, we talk about hundreds of millions. And I would like to know what are we doing with NEPAD? NEPAD is supposed to be the instrument for the development of Africa. And we would like to know why, after all these years of existence, we are still not managing. NEPAD was created for the development of Africa, particularly the economic and development, industrial development.
Senator Professor Randa Mohammed Ahmed Mustafa.
شكرا سيادة الرئيس على إعطاء الكلمة. الحقيقة استمتعت جدا بمحاضرة حالة التصنيع في إفريقيا. الحقيقة أنها حالة التصنيع في أفريقيا وآفاق النمو الاقتصادي المستدام والتنمية هي مواضيع حيوية جدا لتمكين القارة من تحت.
Apologies, Mr. President. We have a technical problem. We have lost some of our interpreting equipment. It's not working.
Wait for the interpreters to get organized. Interpreters.
Apologies. It's the interpreting equipment, Mr. President.
It has a problem. Of course, they've worked long hours.
No interpretation?
Apologies, Mr. President. It's just one of the booths. It's the Arabic booth, so the rest of the booths are not receiving from the Arabic booth.
No interpretation? No Arabic?
No. Interpreters, I think in the next 15 minutes we should be closing. So be patient. Tell the equipment.
I can translate it in English. I can speak in English.
No, I think, yeah. What if she speaks in English, interpreters, is it okay?
French.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's only Arabic booth which is not linking up with other booths. Is it okay? So switch to French.
Mr. President, this is an objection for the Arabic translation should be respected. This is one of the most important language in the PAP. So for the industrialization, actually, we can see that our people, most of the African people, sell the
Mike.
We can see in Africa they sell the crude industry, crude objectives like oil, like wheat, like everything, crude, cotton, crude. Why we don't push for manufacturing all our products in Cairo, in Africa, so we increase the valuability. Also, the technical education. I think this is very important now to focus on technical education. I mean the technological universities, the technological schools to help and to produce good people that can train others. And I think Egypt is focusing on that now. And now we are trying to even export our trainee to all Africa to help Africa. Also, the roads, also all the infrastructures is very important for Africa to facilitate the transportation of goods. And I think Egypt also has a good experience in that, because since 10 years back, we are focusing on establishing a good network of roads. So I hope next time when we will talk about Africa as one voice. We will talk about industrialization in Africa. We will talk about free trade between all African countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Professor Margaret Kama.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the two presenters. I would like to focus on the NEPAD presentation and specifically on the areas of current focus, as they called it, agriculture and rural economy. And I keep asking myself, what are the challenges in agriculture? Why are we not able sometimes to feed ourselves? And the main cause to me is the high cost of production. How can they turn around the cost of production? I didn't hear him talk about areas of industrialization aligned to production of fertilizers. Because if we can get fertilizer, it will reduce a lot of our cost of production. The other one on human capital development, which is the area of focus, how do we standardize the technical training in Africa? What are they doing now to spread the news of standardizing so that we know that a technician from one country can move to another country, and that will still allow us free movement of persons and free movement of goods, and we can increase the contribution of our industrialization towards employment. As they have said, it is extremely low. The other one is science and technology. Of course, that is one of the key factors that will determine how we industrialize. But I was also wondering why they did not mention about mining. I think he mentioned a little bit about minerals, but he did not. They have not added minerals, mining and minerals in the current areas of focus. And I would like to know why it is not there, because when we talk of agriculture, all of us are producing the same food. So it's only if we reduce the cost of production that will not be flooded by.
Thank you, Professor Honorable Dr. Bettini. After Dr. Bettini, we go to the last one. Then
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. President. After Honorable Felix and my neighbor, I wasn't going to take the floor, but I'd like to come back to the definition of industrialization. When we talk about industrialization for Africa, I think that we need to talk about education and particularly professional and technical training, because the quality of our labor is based on the type of education and training they have received. If we are talking about industry or business that comes and implants itself in Africa, we're not talking about in the industrialization of Africa. We are talking about another country or power bringing in companies to our countries. We need to develop our own industries. And that is why we are stressing about this definition. If that is the definition of bringing in companies into our countries, then that is not the industrialization of Africa. We need to train our youth. We need to have competent, skilled labor, and we need to have professional schools and training colleges so that we are able to build our own African industry instead of importing from other countries. Thank you very much, Mr. President. We really need to put this issue of professional development and training on our agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, merci beaucoup. Honorable John Bones Bideri.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I want to thank the presenters that I'm going to talk about, the industrialization team from NEPAD, for a good presentation. I hope we shall be able to get your presentation because time was too short. My intervention is based on the fact that Africa is very diverse. We have countries that are landlocked and we have those that are the coast or coastal countries. We even have countries that have advanced, far advanced in terms of industrialization, while the others are on the way to industrialization. So I was trying to find out from you if you have different models for industrialization so that countries can be able to make a selection or choose what model is suitable for each of the countries based on their level of industrialization. Number two, the SMEs, which are mainly driven by youth and women, seem to have taken advantage of the guided trade initiative under the AFCFTA. Why wouldn't you also focus on that rather than on the large industrial conglomerates? Because I think that's where the future for Africa lies. The last one is about the centralization and decentralization of economic zones. They tend to be established where there are infrastructure, and therefore most of the industries tend to be located in the capital cities, denying opportunities the rural areas. Wouldn't it be prudent for you to perhaps provide some guidance on what could be done so that all the countries can be developed equally? I mean, all parts of the countries can be developed equally. Thank you. That's my contribution, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable So Moussa Mauritanie.
Merci.
Thank you, Honorable President. My question goes to the first presenter, the ARC. So, like Kenya said, I was somewhat surprised. That was the first time I heard about this agency, whereas it has been existing since 2014. And the first disbursement was done in 2014, and the second was done 10 years later in 2023. I'm wondering if there were no disasters during this period, or what accounts for this gap. I would also like to know how do these agency, how do we can contact this agency? Because just barely 2 months ago, there were a flood all over Africa, Guinea, Mali, Senegal, Niger, Mauritania, everywhere. The people who were carried away. So I'd like to know how we can get in touch with this agency, or is there an observatory? Is that how we go about it? An observatory on meteorological information. Secondly, he talked about agricultural insurance. In the agency, do we have any agricultural insurance in case of floods? Who can contact the agency? Where is it based? Is there an observatory? Secondly, human resources. Does it have any rescue mechanism with regard to NEPAD? We are still doing talking. It's still a talk shop, so we'd like to have see practical things from NEPA. Thank you very much.
We now give opportunity to presenters, but because of time, we have gone beyond 7 p.m. Presenters ask 2-3 minutes maximum, you respond. And then after NEPAD. NEPAD, ARC is not yet prepared. NEPAD, proceed.
Excuse me,
okay.
Your Honorable President, we are actually ready. We're just trying to succinct our response in 2 minutes. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your questions. Luckily, we have prepared 2 additional presentations this afternoon. So questions on the number of members and those who have ratified the treaty and the challenges that we have faced will be presented to you this evening by our head of legal over dinner. And further questions on the ARC mechanisms, our tools, early warning tools, contingency planning, etc., will be talked about in a presentation also this afternoon. For more country-specific questions, such as Kenya and Zimbabwe, we do have our head of country government services here for East and Southern Africa. He can talk to all of the questions. But on the question from Mauritania, quickly, I did present the payouts to date, first being out in 2014 and the most recent in 2023. But between there were several payments. And for Mauritania specifically, has had 2 payouts in 2019 as well as in 2021. So they are very active members in the ARC program, but we can also discuss that over dinner. Yes, so we will be available. And as to where we are here today. We have our cards, we have a website, and we're very available to continue these engagements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. NEPAD.
Thank you very much, President. I've just counted, we have 22 questions. I don't think we'll be able to fit them in 120 seconds.
Sorry? You know the problem, most of them are repetitions. There may be 22, in essence there are 3.
Yeah, thanks, President. That's what we've tried to do, to maybe cluster them. Maybe first comment is perhaps from our side as AUDA NEPAD. I think we need to strengthen our communications within the continent, because this morning I was sitting in an STC for science, technology and innovation. There's a lot of work that we are doing on STI. Our member states don't know that work. Today, I'm sitting here in the evening and equally on industrialization and the broader context of the work that we are doing. Our member states don't know it. So maybe that we must take the responsibility for strengthening our own communications to member states. The first action that I think we can do from that perspective is looking at the members of the parliament who are here, is maybe to work with your team to make sure at least the annual report of AUDA NEPAD 1 of 2023 outlining the specific activities that have been delivered by the agency on behalf of the union is delivered to you so that you see it, but we find a mechanism going forward 2024 and beyond to make sure that that annual report lands with you so that members of parliament are aware of what is happening in relation to that. So that's point number 1. And I think that point is really it responds to the many questions about what the agency is doing on all of these areas, whether it's on agriculture and rural economy and the value chain, education, etc. So there's a lot of detail that is sitting there. That was also in the presentation. Unfortunately, we could not cover that. That's point 1. Point number 2, I think I would like to respond specifically to the issue of the pharmaceutical sector and say that I think it's one of the, because of COVID, we realized the position as a continent that we found ourselves in terms of access to some basic drugs and vaccines, and also some of these supplementary instruments that are used as part of the medical process, like sanitizers, etc. And out of that, Africa took a resolution that it's going to develop its own pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity. And out of that process was born the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa, which targets about 20 medicines that in the next 10 years must be produced in the African continent. And there's work that is underway, particularly from that point of view in terms of unlocking that. That's on the pharmaceutical sector. Then the last issue is there is an overarching question around why is Africa not industrializing despite all of the efforts that we are making? I think there are 2 answers to that. The first is a political question. It relates to the insertion of Africa into the global value chains and how the rest of the world engages with Africa in terms of the assets that it holds. So that has got how Africa engages itself with the rest of the world, but how the world engages. I think we need to defy that. We need to defy the old logic of how Africa is inserted into the international political economy. And that can only be done through the voice, for example, of platforms such as the parliament, but also national parliaments, but also working with our government. That's at a political level. Then I think in the presentation that we did touch on a number of technical issues that do require our attention. So we look at it from two perspectives. One is political issues. Second is technical issues of financing, of alignment of policies, etc., etc. But all of those things are anchored in the presentation. Thank you, President.
We know what we did in this chamber is to avoid going backwards like we used to do in this chamber, where we are proceeding very well. Then we have this point of orders, which more like, but I want to understand, if it's a point of order, that would help us fine, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think my questions were not answered here, all of them. Like number 2, I raised a question about the maximum cap for about 30 million. So I want to understand, Mr. President, that what happened if a country contributes. I think they've got my question. They need to answer that question, Mr. President. Thank you.
It's easier if you just put it across. Yeah, it's faster. Do you understand the question? The cap of 30 million?
They do. The guys from ARC.
Oh, this side?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President. So for these questions, yes, the cap is 30 million. But again, what we also encourage that insurance is not a standalone product. As we engage, we also encourage member states to have other instruments available to complement insurance, meaning that as ARC insurance, sovereign insurance could be one instrument to respond to disaster risk financing, then countries also need to think of their national budget or contingency fund so that all together can complement to respond to the disaster efficiently in case, for instance, disaster occur and is beyond that's 30 million. That's what I can say for the sake of time, but during the dinner, I can engage the colleagues with more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does that satisfy you, Honorable Joe?
Mr. President, I'm concerned, Mr. President, about, remember, you'll be like paying.
Let's do this. They've promised that the dinner is also meant to provide more information. So I think between now and dinner, they may research. My own last one myself, Auda Nepad, you are in agriculture, you are in health, you are in everything. How do you differ with the commissions in Addis? Commission on Agriculture, Commissioner Agriculture, Auda Nepad is also doing agriculture. What are the boundaries like?
Thank you very much, President, for that question. It talks to also the work that is happening under the reform exercise that is being led at the level of the AUC, where there are very specific mandates that have been defined for the AU system. One, policy development, policy monitoring, resource mobilization, coordination, implementation, etc. Now, in the context of those capabilities or those areas, the definitive area that the AUC is identified as being responsible for is policy development. And therefore, all of the other elements within that value chain that talk to implementation, resource mobilization, coordination is what is the mandate of AUDA NEPAD, and it is ingrained in its statutes in terms of what we do. Yes, I do acknowledge that in certain instances you may have, from an implementation point of view, an overlap, but those are some of the processes that the process that is led by the Office of the DG is trying to clean up in terms of who does what, and also influencing the nature in which the budgeting process is done, so that there's no duplication of funds of member states that are allocated. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. You have very good diplomatic skills in the way you have answered the question. But the truth is that AUDA NEPAD and the commissioners are doing the same thing. And the streamlining is very, very important. And we're witnessing some meetings where AUDA NEPAD says, this is our area. Who is responsible for the G20 agenda, for example, for Africa? Thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of this sitting for today. May I request Mr. Gali to make any statement if there are any announcements.
Merci, Excellence.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I have three announcements to make. The first is about the dinner. So right after this meeting, MPs and guests are invited to dinner at the Galaga. I also like to say that the unit in charge of transport of establishing passports is there, and those MPs who have not already renewed their passport or have them issued can be attended to tomorrow for dinner, and the protocol services are available to participants to take them to the Galaga. Tomorrow we have committee sittings following based on the following schedule. You have it in the schedule before you, the agenda before you, and we like all MPs to stick to the schedule and for their respective committee sittings tomorrow. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So from here, there's transport outside to Galaga for dinner, and then this house stands adjourned until Thursday, 7 November 2024 at 9 a.m. on Thursday. We meet back in the chamber.